right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. We'd like to welcome you all to the Rat's Nest for Home Teams for the Holidays. I'm the Norwegian Persuasion.
And I'm Matt Statter on the mic.
And it is our great honor and privilege tonight to introduce to you 4 amazing teams that you might be somewhat familiar with. But tonight they've put on a little bit of Christmas cheer. And you'll see that here shortly as they come taking the track. We've got an amazing evening of roller derby set up for you right here. So don't go too far as we introduce to you the Snow Queens.
All right, coming up next, we have got Krampus Little Minions. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so we've got individual skaters for the Snow Queens. Number 11, Flow Motion. Number 14, Mow You Down. Number 16, Ellie Like. Number 26, Oh So Final. Number 3, Chairman Mouse. Number 36, Sunshiner. Number 363, Nona Larson. Number 440, Clobber and Maim. Number 5, Cher Noble. Number 611, Hemia Toma. Number 65, Tia Rex. Number 666, Devil Inside. Number 667, Roasted Pony. And number 669, Betsy Rexy. These are your Snow Queens.
Rolling out in all red, we've got Krampus's Little Minions. Skater number 1, Decap Attack. Number 3, the Nutcracker. Skater number 6, Silent Fright. Number 7 is Perumpum Pummel. Number 10, Catamaram. Skater number 24, Jolly Roger. Number 39, Carrie Watson. Number 42, Megnog. 44 is Milf and Cookies. 47, Estrella. Number 81, Slayer Bells. Number 123, A Gay in a Manger. Number 127, Little Jammer Boy. And skater number 210, dashing through D's Ho-Ho-Ho's. That's Krampus Little Minions.
Alrighty, coming up next is Merry Christmas. All right, we've got number 10, Christmas Carol. Number 15, Dreaming of a White Pizza. Number 2, Deep Dish 2 Inches. Number 22, Home Slice. Number 30, Domino's 30 Minutes or Less. Number 40, Titsaroni. Number 56, Baby Jesus. Number 57, Slice Baby. Number 619, Pits on Earth. Number 665, Jill Nye, the delivery guy. Number 7, Weird Dough. Number 73, Munchies. Number 83, Ham and Pineapple. And number 86, Jesus Crust. And it looks like the coach for the Merry Christmas is Ho Cheese Dan and Molly Kalikimaka. All right, give it up for Merry Christmas.
And rolling out, we've got Pville.
Pew, pew, pew.
Skater number 1 is Foul. Number 11, Charming Eel. 39, Garlic Soul. Number 40, Bad Banana. Number 44 is Nasty Wasty Skunk. 91 is Roast Beast. 131, Arsenic Sauce. Number 253, Cindy Lou Poo. Make that Cindy Lou Pew. 358, C6 Crocodile. Number 451 is Unwashed Socks. Number 574, The Grinch. Number 1751, Silent Fright. They're coached tonight by Stink, Stank, and Stunk. Ladies and gentlemen, Pville.
P-U. Yay.
These great teams are going to be representing the Red City Roller Girls right here tonight. Let's give it up for these ladies. A round of applause for our holiday skaters. All right, now we've got some amazing derby up for you this evening. Don't forget, home team for the holidays tonight. If you got a ticket stub, there is an amazing thing happening outside by the Washington Health Plan Finder. They're giving a free T-shirt with a ticket stub, so bring it on down. Get your free gear. We also have a merch booth set up outside.
Yep, we've got the merch booth outside. We have the Market little deli cafe back in the corner. We also have a beer garden this evening with a 50-50 raffle. And we definitely want to give a shout out to the Washington State Health Benefit Exchange. It is super important as far as the Affordable Care Act is concerned, and it helps provide health insurance to individuals and families. This even allows many of the skaters here you're seeing tonight to skate. So thank you so much, Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
First game of the evening is going to be the Snow Queens facing off against Krampus's Little Minions. Grab your seat and get ready. The action's going to start right down here in just a couple minutes.
I don't know which of these holiday outfits, or I guess uniforms, you all sports types say. I don't know which ones I like better. I love the cozy red. I think it's just cozy. But the icicles on the shoulders of the Snow Queens makes me so happy.
I think it's a good combination. You've got the flannel going up against the frozen, so.
Oh, that was brilliant. Right. Yes, yeah, exactly. Maybe the flannel will melt the frozen, or maybe the frozen will freeze the flannel. Looks like Roasted Pony is wearing the star for those Snow Queens.
Little Jammer Boy stepping up to the line for Krampus's Little Minions for the first jam of the evening. Whistle's blown, action starts. These jammers are looking for a window through this wall. Little Jammer Boy on the backside looking for that window on the outside. Picks up that lead jammer nod. That's going to go to Krampus's Little Minions.
Roasted Pony able to find an open window on that inside, and like an icy breeze, she snuck her way through.
Moving to the outside, facing up against that frozen wall of defense. She stops and puts her hands to her hips. It's like no points were scored on that first jam by either side.
I'm guessing that means that it was cold enough for flannel to handle, but not any colder.
Slayer Bells stepping up the line for Krampus's Little Minions.
Oh, so final for the Snow Queens. We have an empty penalty box, so we're still at 5-on-5 on the track. Looks like an attempt at the outside lane by Slayer Bells, but she was defeated and had to recycle back. Snow Queens ended up with lead jammer status, even though it's oh so final in the lead. Seems like a oxymoron, but it's true.
Oh so final, pushing her way through that flannel defense on the outside, down on turn number 2, picking up those 5 big points, drawing first blood for the Snow Queens.
Not just first blood, that was a natural gland slam. All 5 skaters for both teams on the track, meaning it is the toughest way to get that 5 points, and she managed to get it.
Oh, so final with a huge shoulder right there to number 210, dashing through these ho-ho-hos. Knocking her to the ground, she's forced to recycle back behind the pack. She works her way through to pick up some more points for the end of this jam.
Pack has made a full rotation around the track. Slayer Bell's still trying to make her way through on that initial pass. Snow Queens have frozen that white wall in back, and they are forcing her almost to the outside in corner 1, but she manages to keep her position, still stuck behind a wall of 3. 5 more points on the board for the Snow Queens, and oh so final.
Oh, so final. Down on turn number 2, trying to fight through that flannel defense. One skater left to get by. Breaks on through on the outside for another 5 in the sky. Grand slam for the Snow Queens.
All right, we do have a first penalty on the track for a Snow Queen, and we've got one of the blockers to the box. Meanwhile, we've got Krampus Little Minions doing a successful star pass. Again, a Manger is now your jammer of record.
And 4 more points going on the board for the Snow Queens, bringing them to a total of 20 points. 20-0. First blood has been drawn, but we do have a penalty on the Snow Queen, so it's going to be a slight pack advantage in favor of Krampus's Little Minions.
All right, we've got a timeout called for Krampus Little Minions. A little bit of a minute here to get themselves reorganized.
Hey, during that timeout, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Quality Athletics. We celebrate sport. Located in Pioneer Square, Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar. It's not your usual sports bar fare with a large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf backyard, and an outdoor fire pit. Check out Quality Athletics.
I'll tell you what, an outdoor fire pit, maybe with a cup of coffee, that sounds delicious.
And an indoor fire pit sounds pretty good right now in the dead of winter.
Absolutely.
Right?
You know, wouldn't we love to see maybe an indoor fire pit in the middle of the track, keeping everybody warm?
That would definitely make it a little more interesting, too. Yeah.
Without a doubt. Well, you know, we used to have an inside whiteboard. Now we can just have an inside flame board.
Knocked her into the fire pit. You know, ambulance is coming. Definitely.
Yeah, it's not a safety hazard at all. All right, we've got Silent Fright wearing the star for Krampus Little Minions.
And that's Flow Motion stepping up to the line for Snow Queens.
3-on-4 pack advantage for Krampus Little Minions. We got a Triforce up front trying to keep Silent Fright from getting that lead jammer status. Looks like a total scrum of all the blockers.
Big shoulder by Nona Larson right there. Trying to hold back Silent Fright just enough for Flow Motion to get through and pick up that lead jammer nod.
Yeah, it looked like Flo was almost unscathed despite the tight mass of bodies. She just sauntered on through.
On the outside, pushing her way through for another 5 big points.
Snow Queens are definitely feeling the love tonight amongst their teammates. Silent Fright still trying to get past that 4-wall in back. Forced to the inside. Silent Fright has to recycle all the way back. Meanwhile, Flow Motion is sneaking her way to the front. Gets popped to the outside at the apex between corners 3 and 4 and is forced herself to recycle behind that team of red. Excellent jammer on jammer blocking action, though. Parum Pummel was acting like a phenomenal blocker and definitely did her team a lot of good.
Flow Motion have a roll slowed down there on turn number 1 when that 4-wall blocked up tight. Getting knocked to the inside. She's forced to recycle, puts her hands to her hips, and calls off the jam. But not before she picks up another 4 points for the Snow Queens.
All right, Krampus Little Minions does have a blocker sitting in the box, which means it will be a 3-on-4 pack advantage for the Snow Queens. Little Jammer Boy taking the star again for Krampus Little Minions. Looks like Cher Noble is wearing the star for the Snow Queens.
Sharon Noble moving from the inside, pushing her way to the out. She's locked up against that diamond defense. It's holding her back. Little Jammer Boy pushing up front, trying to fight her way through that Snow Queen wall.
Oh, just pushing. Lead jammer status, Little Jammer Boy.
Little Jammer Boy breaks the ice on turn 2. She pushes through, picking up that lead jammer nod.
All right, we've got 2 blockers in the box for the Snow Queens. Hopefully that'll make it a little bit more easy for Little Jammer Boy to get through the pack. Cher Noble, meanwhile, has completed her initial pass.
4 points on the board for Krampus Little Minions, breaking the ice for the team in red.
Awesome. That was 7 minutes into the game, which means we've got about 6 minutes into the game, which means we've got 24 minutes to get even more points on the board. We are sitting at 33 points Snow Queens, 4 points Krampus Little Minions. Slayer Bells wearing the star for the team in red.
Roasted Pony on the line for Snow Queens. All the blockers are lined up on that pivot line, and Slayer Bells finds the window on the outside, picking up that lead jammer nod.
Yeah, Slayer Bell is able to take advantage of a 4-2 pack blocker advantage in favor of her team. That tight wall of red is absolutely giving Roasted Pony a headache. She is still trying to make her way through that initial pass, stuck on the apex between corners 1 and 2. Meanwhile, 5 points on the board for Slayer Bells, bringing Krampus Little Minions up to 9.
They broke the ice. Now they're letting it flow. She rallies around this track, looking for another window of opportunity, put some more points on the board for Krampus Little Minions. Roasted Pony is out looking to get through this wall. Tries to get her hips by, but she picks up, Krampus Little Minions picks up 3 points. Snow Queens picks up 1 at the end of that last jam.
Brings us to 34 points Snow Queens, 12 points Krampus Little Minions. Silent Fright wearing the star for Krampus Little Minions.
Flow Motion racing out to the jammer line.
Penalty box has emptied, which means we've got a full contingent of blockers for each team. Red team setting up in the back, white team setting up in the front.
Silent Fright viciously trying to push her way through the Snow Queen defense, getting pushed to the infield, forced to recycle back as Flow Motion's up front, trying to fight her way through this 3-wall defense.
Snow Queens lose a blocker to a multiplayer block call. And it looks like Flow Motion gets through for initial lead jammer status.
Full complement of defensive skaters out there for Krampus' Little Minions. She's forcing them to stretch out as far as they can. She gets through on turn number 4, picking up 5 big points for the Snow Queens, increasing that lead.
All right, Krampus Little Minions look like they have a successful star pass. A Gay in a Manger has been the new jammer of record, but unfortunately, Snow Queen saw what was going on, called it off in time, so Krampus Little Minions 0 points on the board. I believe Snow Queen's got an additional 3. So Snow Queen's sitting at 41, Krampus Little Minions 12.
Still plenty of time left with 20 minutes left in this game. 29 points separating these two teams. And number 5 stepping up in the line. That's going to be Cher Noble facing off for socket winches.
Cher Noble trying to push through that back quad of red.
Little Jammer Boy up front trying to push her way through, but she gets knocked to the infield, recycles back.
Oh my God, pushing all by herself, that tough wall of 3.
Opens up a window on the inside, just enough to squeeze through and pick up that lead jammer nod. Lead jammer favorite, Krampus Little Minions.
Seemed like the Snow Queens kind of hesitated when a whistle was blown, and Little Jammer Boy took every advantage of that hesitation. Got lead jammer status, and now we're looking at 5 points on the board for Krampus Little Minions and Little Jammer Boy.
Walled up down here on turn number 3. Little Jammer Boy pushing to the outside, trying to get through. Meantime, Chairman Mouse is just locked in tight in a sea of flannel out here.
All right, Snow Queen's losing a blocker for a 4-on call. Makes it just that much easier for Little Jammer Boy to get 5 more points on that board. And that one was easy peasy. They just opened up like the walls of Jericho.
Those fell
down.
It's It's always nice when those walls open up for you like that. Little jam, everybody looking for that window of opportunity once again. Although that wall has tightened up, the ice has moved solid. She gets pushed to the outside, forced to recycle back behind this wall. 4 wall up front of Flannel. Holding back Chairman Mouse as she's trying to put some points on the board, get through that pack.
Yeah, Krampus Little Minions have a tight, strong Triforce there up front. Chairman Mouse unable to make any movement past corner 2.
That's going to be a 19-point jam for Krampus's Little Minions, ladies and gentlemen.
I think 19 points was the same high jam for Snow Queens, so Krampus's Little Minions are starting to warm themselves up.
That's right. The ice is starting to melt.
That's what it seems. We are sitting at 41 points Snow Queens, 31 points Krampus Little Minions. 18 minutes left in this first half.
And we got an empty penalty box over there. That means we've got all skaters in play, 5-on-5 on the flat track. Roasted Pony pushing to the outside, sliding to the end, powering her way through that pack to pick up that lead. Jammernod in favor of the Snow Queens.
Slayer Bell still stuck in corner 1 behind a quad arrangement of Snow Queens.
Hop, skip, and a jump. That's another 5 in the sky right there. Big shoulder on that one. Knocks her down in turn 2. Roasted Pony's going to be forced to recycle back. Looks like number 210 is donning the star for grave danger. That's going to be dashing through these ho-ho-hos as the jam is called.
Yep, not quite able to dash through those ho-ho-hos. That still was a beautifully successful star pass, and I always like that.
I'll get that on the next one, right? Hey, we got 36 on the line. That's Sunshiner stepping up there for the Snow Queens.
Silent Fright wearing the star for Krampus's Little Minions.
That's pack advantage in favor of Krampus's Little Minions. We got 2 blockers on the line out there for the team in white. Sunshiner knocking number 6, Silent Fright, to the infield as she moves to the out to pick up that lead. Jammernod.
Wow, I think that Krampus's Minions thought that they bopped her to the outside, but a nice pirouette and some good rope work kept Sunshiner in bounds.
Sunshiner coming in with a big shoulder to a brick wall.
I think that's an ice cold shoulder.
A 1 point difference on that one. Snow Queens pick up 1 point as the jam's called off. Hey, look, we got number 11 up on the line. Flow motion once again for the Snow Queens. Facing off against
the Nutcracker. I think that's the first time we've seen her on the line for the Jammers.
I think that is the first time we've seen her in a Jam Star.
Whoa, Krampus's Little Minions have found themselves on the floor.
Flow motion speeding up that defense up there, up in front as she pushes through to pick up that lead. Jammernod.
The Nutcracker still stuck in the apex, trying to make her way through. One last white blocker to get past, and she's done with her initial pass.
Hands to her hips means she's calling off the jam. Calls it off, picking up 4 points. Putting them down before Krampus's Little Minions can pick up any points on that one. Now we're at a 20-point lead right now for the Snow Queens. Still 15 minutes left in this game.
You know, it's amazing, but did you know that some of these skaters got their start only 1 year ago? If you want to start your Derby journey, the Pinkies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of Derby. Next session starts January 7th. Check your social media feeds or email Fresh Meat. That's freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more info.
Out on the line, we got a Gain of Manger stepping up the line for Krampus's Little Minions, facing off against Roasted Pony. Roasted Pony pushing her way through, picking up that lead jammer status for the Snow Queens.
Again, a Manger bop to the outside by Betsy Rexy, forced to recycle all the way back. She's now trying to make her way through, snaky by snaky, past those hips, still stuck in corner 4. Excuse me, corner 1. Numbers are hard.
4 points going up for the Snow Queens on that one as Roasted Pony breaks her way through, rallying around that track. Again, Manger in the meantime gets knocked to the infield, and she's forced to recycle. Looks like we're going to have a cut track.
Yeah, she did a couple inside, outside, and ended up just in front of the wrong person. So that was for sure a cut call. She's reporting to the box.
Yeah, that means power jam right now for a gain of Manger for Krampus Little Minions. She's got to get through that defensive wall so she can put some points on the board and make the most of this power jam situation.
Snow Queen blockers are doing their best to make as much as they can with this for this power jam, or excuse me, this penalty kill. Pack is pretty much at a standstill, so they are doing a great job of the penalty kill time. Again, a Manger stuck in the front of the pack behind a Triforce of white, slowly pushing her way past corner 3. Gets forced to the outside, though, and has to recycle all the way back. So exhausting.
Walling up down here on turn number 3. Roasted Pony fighting to get through this defense. 3 walls strong up top. Holding her back right now. She's gaining inches as the end of that jam gets blown. We have 7 points picked up by the Snow Queens. Krampus Little Minions held to 31. Hey, don't forget at the half, we're going to have the Filthy Femcore on the track playing some music for you, and then they're going to slide on over and finish off in the lobby, so stick around for that. Hey, we got number 5 on the line. Chernobyl for the Snow Queens. Facing off against Silent Fright out there for Krampus Little Minions. Silent Fright moving to the outside, looking for that window of opportunity. Looks like number 36, Sunshiner's got a different idea. She gets up front, last line of defense, holding her back. Gotta let her through as Silent Fright gets out on her initial pass. But that's 4 points getting picked up by Chernobyl as she calls off the jam.
All right, Slayer Bells wearing the star for Krampus Little Minions. Looks like we've got Flow Motion wearing the jammer cap for the Snow Queens. And an empty penalty box, just like I like to see.
That's right. Keep it empty and all the action on the track. Slayer Bell's moving to the inside, looking for a window. Slides back to the out, and she's sucked up into that defensive diamond put out by the Snow Queens.
Defensive Diamond, I like that name.
Yeah.
Betsy Rexy forces Slayer Bells to recycle to the furthest reaches of the back of the pack in corner 4. And she's barely able to get around those hips. Meanwhile, Flow Motion and the Snow Queens get lead jammer status.
Slayer Bell still trying to push her way through this defense on the backside over here by the jammer line. They're doing an amazing job of holding her back, knocking her to the outfield.
Yeah, Nona Larson was doing some serious cold shoulder checking there for Slayer Bells, with some help from her teammates as well.
Flow Motion in the same boat, getting recycled back from the infield. Big shoulder check right there. Hey, number 3, breaking on through.
All right, the Nutcracker, now your jammer of record. Krampus Little Minions did make it out on their initial pass.
All right, hey, and after the end of this jam, I'm going to throw the mic over to Julia Sleazer with a very important message for y'all.
As usual, we are doing a 50-50 raffle tonight. The 50-50 raffle benefits Puget Sound Outcast Derby, which is Seattle's one and only men's roller derby team. You may have heard of them before. They are top 5-10 in the MRDA and internationally renowned. So if you would like to win half the pie, right now it is at $55. You math that up because I'm an announcer and I don't do math. But you could win half of that. See Us, we're currently at turn 4 if you haven't figured out who I am yet.
All right, so Julia Sleazer and Quadzilla slinging the tickets, ladies and gentlemen. 50-50 raffle to help benefit Puget Sound Outcast. Help support local roller derby.
Puget Sound Outcast, in case you didn't know, top 5 men's roller derbies in the world, I guess, at this point. So you definitely want to help them continue to maintain that top 5 status. Maybe even top 4 status. Maybe top 3 status. Can't do it, though, unless they travel. And that's what this 50-50 raffle is all about, putting money in their pockets and in yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, by a round of applause, how many people are loving this holiday bout? That is what we like to hear. If you love what you're seeing out here, don't miss out. Come watch our first official home team doubleheader, January 14th at 5:30. You're going to see the socket winches take on the throttle rockets. And the Derby Liberation Front battle grave danger. To spread the word and bring your friends. Tickets available at CityRollerGirls.com.
All right, so the red team was hoping for a forearm call on the white jammer. They thought that the white jammer was doing a little bit of forearm action. And now that everybody knows the results, I can tell you they don't get that. They lose their review. The white jammer did no set shenanigans. There might have been a forearm contact, but there was no real impact. So she was legal. It was good.
That's what it's all about, right? Does it impact the game? No. Then let's keep on trucking.
Exactly. Let him skate.
All right, we got number 210 dashing through D's Ho-Ho-Ho's on the line for Krampus's Little Minions.
And we've got Roasted Pony finding a wide open oven door, prancing her way through for lead jammer status. She's roasted. That's why she was coming from the open oven door. See, get it?
Yeah, I see what you did there. Yeah, good times.
The jokes are funniest when you have to explain them.
Hey, Roasted Pony puts her hands to her hips after she picks up another 4 big points. 69-31 in favor of the Snow Queens.
All right, Snow Queens sending out Chernobyl, you know, that nuclear winter for the jammer. Let's see who the Krampus minions are sending out. It looks like it's the kind of bells you've got on your head, Norwegian. It's Slayer bells.
Slayer bells on the line. She's facing off Chernobyl, and the whistle has been blown. The action has started. They're locked up tight on that jammer line.
Krampus Little Minions do have 2 blockers in the box, which makes the remaining blockers have to work a little bit harder. Chernobyl and that nuclear winter through for lead jammer status.
Chernobyl trying to push her way, speed her way up to the front of this pack that's picking up its paces. Looking to put some points, but feeling the pressure, she puts those hands on her hips and calls off the jab before any points are scored.
Yeah, the Snow Queens were like a brisk winter breeze. They were moving pretty quick there around that track.
Running away from the points.
Exactly.
All right, whistle's blown. Action starts with flow motion on the line for the Snow Queens, facing off against Little Jammer Boy. Little Jammer Boy jumping to the outside, hop, skip, and a jump. Amazing toe stops. She picks up that lead jammer status for the Krampus's Little Minions. Skipping on the inside line, pushing her way through. That's 4 big points going up for Krampus's Little Minions.
And she managed to keep Snow Queens to 0, which is a win for this jam, as far as Krampus's Little Minions are concerned. Silent Fright wearing the star for the team in red. And it looks like my favorite Roasted Pony trotting out of the oven door for the Snow Queens.
And it's going to be a slight pack advantage in favor of Krampus's Little Minions. We got Sunshiner in the box. Taking a little break.
Snow Queen setting up a Triforce up in front, keeping Silent Fright right in back.
Breaking through, it's Roasted Pony. Roasting up the track, picking up that lead jammer status. Silent Fright is through on the initial.
Roasted Pony trying to make her way through real quick so she can call it off, keeping Krampus's little minions to 0. Meanwhile, she puts 4 points on the board for the Snow Queens.
Increasing that lead, 38 points separating these two teams right now. 73 Snow Queens, 35 Krampus's little minions.
Chairman Mouse for the Snow Queens wearing the star, dashing through these ho-ho-hos wearing the star for Krampus's little minions. About 6 minutes left in this first half. Chairman Mouse stuck behind a square quad diamond action of Krampus's little minions in back.
Square quad diamond action, yes.
It's evolving.
Right? Hey, but you know who's got that lead? Nah, that's going to be dashing through these ho-ho-hos, picking up the lead jammer status on that one.
Chairman Mouse bop to the inside on corner 1, knows well enough that she can bop right back in behind that Triforce of Red.
Oh.
Red with a nice hip check. I believe that was the Nutcracker trying to go in and crack some ankles or something. Takes Chairman down to the floor, but Chairman Mouse pops back up, manages to get through on the initial.
Goes for those last minute points as she jumps through on the turn number 1, but she didn't quite get through quick enough. Didn't get any points on that one.
Nope, I was actually kind of surprised she didn't, but I know that 4 whistles is hard for the ear to hear, and lo and behold, the refs know what's up. She didn't quite get them.
Slayer Bell's out the line, facing off against Flow Motion. Flow Motion pushing around the outside, picking up that lead jammer status in favor once again of the Snow Queens.
I think she must have had a secret fishing hole to just pop right through.
Slayer Bell getting mobbed up on down on between turn 1 and 2. In that 4-wall diamond square defense.
But the diamond did break, so I guess it wasn't a diamond after all. We've got 1 red blocker to the box.
Quartz.
Exactly. 5 points on the board for the Snow Queens, thanks to Flow Motion.
Flow Motion getting knocked to the infield, recycling back behind that wall of flannel. That wall of flannel is 1 short.
Slayer Bell's approaching the pack. Made Snow Queens decide it was time to call it off, even though only 2 points were scored, but holding that team of red to 0 was the plan, and it was successful.
I'd like to give a thank you to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring us. They sponsored our penalty box today and will be supporting us throughout our upcoming season, so make sure you check them out.
All right, Snow Queens and Sunshiner get lead jammer status. Looks like Silent Fright's wearing the star for Krampus Little Minions. And that penalty box has emptied out, so we're looking at a full 5-on-5 on the track.
Hey, that was a hop, skip, and a jump over that apex to pick up those 5 big points by Sunshiner. Rallying around this track, looking to put some points on the board. Increase that lead in the last 2.5 minutes.
Nice wall of 3 in the front for the white team. Little bit of bridging action, and now morphed into a wall of 4.
Sunshiner holding that line to pick up those 5 points. That was pretty. Going to the in, breaking to the out, jukes to the outside to pick up another 5 big points. She's putting the wheels on the track in this jam, ladies and gentlemen.
Silent Fright with shoulder checks is slowly but surely cracking through that wall of ice.
That's another 5-point passer for Sunshiner. That's going to end the run for Sunshiner. She goes to the box. That's going to be power jam situation right now for Silent Fright.
All right, so it is a power jam for Krampus Little Minions. And Snow Queens know all about it. Definitely not going to give up this power jam. It's all about the penalty kill right now for the Snow Queens. Meanwhile, it looks like there was an attempted star pass to the pivot, dashing through these ho-ho-hos, but unable to make her way through or even get that panty on her head, helmet cover on her head. That was a 0 jam for Krampus Little Minions.
But that was a 20-point jam for the Snow Queens. Highest scoring jam so far. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Not only highest scoring jam, they have hit that century mark.
Power start in favor of Krampus Little Minions. Per-rum-pum-pummel out there.
Per-rum-pum-pummel. I like it. I like it lots. She gets bopped to the inside, though, forced to recycle back behind Betsy Rexy. Meanwhile, penalty box empties out. Sunshiner squeaks through and gets that lead jammer status for the Snow Queens.
Starting in the box, racing on the track, picking up the lead jammer nod. She gets knocked to the inside, forced to recycle behind Slayer Bells.
Per-rum-pum-pummel. Finding a line on that outside, decides, hey, I think I might take that outside line. Threw in her initial pass, now ready to start scoring some points. One last Snow Queen to pass, finally has to let her by. Betsy Rexy knows the rules. 4 points on the board for Krampus Little Minions.
And ladies and gentlemen, those 4 whistle blows indicate the end of this game. Our unofficial final score looking like Snow Queens sitting at 105, Krampus Little Minions 41. We're going to... if you liked that first game, can't wait to see what happens in this second game.
I think this is the first time that the home teams in their current formations for the 2017 season have been meeting up with each other,
That's
correct?
Right. Yeah, I believe so, but it's not official.
No,
The official start is what day?
Oh, I think it's sometime in January.
January 17th, perhaps?
January 7th, did you say?
Something like that.
Let's say 7th. I'll check my phone.
Yeah, but don't forget to come on down here and check it out. January 14th at 5:30 is going to be our official season opener. But we're not done with tonight.
Not even close.
That's right.
We've got a whole pizza-themed team to deal with.
Because what goes better with Christmas than pizza, right?
Well, and when you don't eat your pizza fast enough, what happens? It turns to pew. Garbage. Pew.
I was thinking more like pew, pew.
I was thinking that too, but then I saw all the names and realized I think they mean PU, not
P
throttle rocket. Pew,
to the
pew,
U.
pew, pew.
That's right.
Although I do like the whole pew, 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 pew.
A little more track maintenance, and we're going to get the action started down here. A little recap of the last game. The Snow Queens kind of took it away. Whistle blown action starts. We got Roast Beast facing off against Jesus Crust out on that jam line.
I don't know which one I want more, the Jesus Crust or the Roast Beast. But I'll tell you what, those grinchy Merry Christmas have a wall of green in back.
Jesus Crust working her way on the outside, forcing her way through that pack, picking up that lead jammer nod for the first jam of this game. Hop, skip, and a jump in the air for 5 big points.
Yeah, that was a beautiful leap over corner 1. 5 points on the board, crowd goes screaming. Pack speeds up. We've got a couple green blockers left for Roast Beast to get past before she finishes her initial.
Jesus Crust breaking on through for another 5 in the sky. That's 10 points. First blood has been drawn. Roast Beef's getting knocked to the outside down on turn number 3. She's up on her feet and recycling back behind the pack.
Yeah, Ham and Pineapple gave a brutal hip check to Roast Beef, which sent her flying and forced her to recycle all the way back. Meanwhile, Jesus Crust has decided to go in on, I believe, her 4th scoring pass.
Jesus Crust watching those toe stops, but she did get pushed a little bit to the outside, so she is going to recycle behind that pack.
Never a bad idea, especially when that inside line is wide open after you recycle yourself. 5 more points on the board by Jesus Crust.
Jesus Crust running away with it in the first jam of this game. Definitely showing her stuff right here. She comes through with another 5-point pass. Arsenic Sauce still stuck behind this defensive wall right now, looking for the window of opportunity to get through.
I gotta say, though, I love the grinchy Arsenic Sauce.
Jesus Crust breaking through for another 5 in the sky grand slam. All skaters were in play and in position on that. That makes it all natural.
Yep, that penalty box is wide open and empty. That was a full-on natural grand slam.
Ladies and gentlemen, first jam of the evening, 32 points.
Merry Christmas to you.
This is going to be an exciting game. Starting out strong, the ladies in green.
For sure. I think this is the largest scoring jam we've seen so far this evening. So the little pews down in Pville are going to have to come out strong to match up what those pizza crusts are delivering to them.
Jill Nye, the delivery guy, out on the lines, facing off for Merry Christmas, fighting off Silent Fright. We got a full track out there. That's 5-on-5 on the flat track. And they're locked up tight on turn number 1, but Jill Nye on the outside, breaking through to pick up that lead jammer nod. I'm so glad I didn't wear those pants. I was like this close. Like, yeah. Round and round we go. 2 all up front right now, holding back Silent Fright. Silent Fright moving from the outside, jigging to the end, but they are on her like glue, not letting her get through. Down here on turn number 4.
Some good bridging / blocking action by the Christmas crew. 2, then 1 blockers left to go by. Silent Fright through on the initial pass. All right, we've got 2 green blockers in the box. But that doesn't stop them from putting 4 more points on the board. 4 points, Merry Christmas. That's 36.
4-point jam, 36-0. Second jam of the evening. Points are blowing up at the start of this one.
Yeah, the little pews down in Pville are going to have to hold hands in a circle and sing to get their strength back.
Whistle's blown, action starts. We got Weirdo out there for Merry Christmas.
And Cindy Lou Pugh out there for Pville.
Pew, pew. Hey, Weirdo breaking through, picking up that lead jammer status for Merry Christmas, but hot on her heels, Cindy Lou Pugh shooting on through.
I like what you did there.
With that. I just that was it. That's what I got. Yeah. Hey, we got 2 points on the board once again for Merry Christmas, holding Pville at 0. Huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box for this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Contact Wabi to get insured today.
Speaking of Washington Health Benefit Exchange, I just bought my insurance policy for 2017, and I'm very pleased with the policy that I have, or that I got.
We got foul one out there facing off against Munchies. Oh, Munchie's getting knocked to the outside on turn number 2, but she did pick up that lead nod. She is forced to recycle back behind this pack, so she's going to have to fight through everyone once again. We got foul one coming through, finding a win on the inside, sliding that Grinch right on through the pack.
All right, Merry Christmas unable to put any points on the board this jam. That's a 0-0 all round. We're looking at 38-0. About 24 minutes left in this bout. Deep dish 2-inch wearing the star for Merry Christmas.
Silent Fright on the line for Pville.
We've got a 3-4 pack advantage in Pville's direction. Might make it a little bit easier for Silent Fright to get through. Let's see if her blockers will give her some help.
Deep dish 2-inch is trying to fight her way through. 2 blockers left. Bring it out. Getting that lead jammer nod. Coming out on top.
Silent Fright still stuck behind a wall of green in corner 1. Pack has barely moved beyond that pivot line.
Ducking through for 5 big points. Deep dish 2 inches coming through for an all-natural grand slam.
The scrum of blockers has not even moved beyond corner 1 so far. This is a difficult pass for Silent Fright to get through. She's been recycled back from the inside. Trying to find a window in the middle and then on the inside, still unable. Deep dish 2 inches, another 5 points on the board, bringing Merry Christmas to 15 points this jam.
Silent Fright stuck behind that 4-wall of defense out there. They're locked up tight, not letting her take an inch as they roll around this track. Meantime, deep dish 2 inches coming through on another 5-point pass.
Yeah, she found it a wide open outside lane the first time. This time she tries to go in on that inside and manages to keep herself in bounds, forced almost to the outside, also kept herself in bounds. Another 5 points on the board for Merry Christmas.
Deep dish coming up against that strong 4-wall on the backside down here, trying to make another pass, but they've said enough is enough. They're locking up tight. Peas on Earth comes through with a wall-breaking shoulder check, giving her a window of opportunity, but with that defense reforms up front, getting a 3-point wall, holding back deep dish 2 inches. In the meantime, we got 4-5-1 on the backside here, trying to get through as the end of that jam is called. 4 points getting picked up. 4 more points getting picked up. That's a total of 29 for Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. They sure like to put on the multiple scoring jams. That's for darn sure. Multiple scoring passes in each jam, I mean to say. All right, it looks like we have got a fresh set of legs for Pville with Nasty Wasty Skunk Number 44 in black, skating up against, let's see here, number 7, Weirdo.
It's going to be Weirdo out there, yeah. Hey, the Washington Health Benefit penalty box is empty, so we got all 5 players on each team on the track right now. Lead jammer in favor of Merry Christmas.
Weirdo coming in, hitting that 4 wall of black in the back of the pack, trying to get her first set of scores. Merry Christmas getting a blocker sent to the box, so we've got a pack advantage in favor of Pville.
That's Bad Banana headed to the lobby box.
All right, oh so close to putting some points on the board, Pville. But no, Christmas decided it was time to call it off. 4 points for the team in green, bringing them to 72. Looks like Jesus Crust is wearing the star for Merry Christmas.
We all saw what she did the last time she was out here. She's facing off against Roast Beast, number 91. Roast Beast trying to push that strong defensive wall on the backside as Merry Jesus Crust pushes out on the outside, picking up that lead jammer nod. Hop, skip, and a jump once again, but she lands on the inside of that track.
Charming Eel, not sure if she should attempt that block or if she might get called on a penalty, decides it is better just to let Jesus Crust get on through.
Jesus Crust tiptoed her way on the outside. That was a clean pass for 5 more points. Roast Beast fighting her way down on the turn number 2.
Ham and Pineapple, last blocker for Roast Beast to have to get past. Ham and Pineapple bopping her to the inside at corner 3, and she is forced to recycle herself behind that wall of green in the back of the pack. Green blocker coming from that penalty box means we've got a full blocker contention going after the Beast.
Domino's coming in with a big hip check on that one, sending the Beast to the ground as she makes her initial pass. Jesus Crust skating through like no one's watching, picking up 4 big points.
All right, so remember, if you enjoy seeing everything you're seeing here, Rat City is accepting skaters of all levels. Next tryout is coming up quick. For more information, email freshmeat@ratcityrollers.com.
Jill Nye, the delivery guy, on the line for the ladies in green. Foul facing off for Pville. Foul getting a foul, picking up a penalty. She's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds. That means we've got Power Jam for Jill Nye, the delivery guy. That's a dangerous situation right there.
With lead jammer status, she better deliver some points to those Merry Christmas folks.
See what you did there.
I see what I did there. Yeah.
Ho! Pirouettes her way through. Looks like she did come to the inside. That's going to be a cut track. That is going to release Foul. Foul's going to get back out on the track. Now we've got the jammer do-si-do. 2 jammers enter, 1 jammer must leave. Foul's on the track now. Power jam situation in favor of Pville.
All right, we had a Triforce of green just waiting for Pville jammer to hit that pack. She hit him so hard that she bopped on through. She is through on her initial pass and ready to score some points. We no longer have a lead jammer, which means she is able to score as many points as hips she can pass.
2 skaters left to get through. 2 becomes 1, and she pushes through for 5 big points for Pville.
Not only first points on the board, it is a natural grand slam, the hardest set of 5 to get on the board. All
Foul
right.
coming through once again. 4 points going up for Pville.
All right, this is a 9-point jam so far. Fantastic momentum shift for the Pville Pewers.
Jill Nye finding a win on the inside. She was on the outside, saw a hole and took it, picking up those 5 big points. Another 4 going up for Foul as they rally around this track with 4 seconds left on the board.
13-point jam so far for Pville.
Pville coming away with that jam, taking down 13 points and getting on the board. Make some noise, people.
All right, that's actually a 15-point jam for Pville. There was an extra couple points they eked out at the very end. We are sitting at 15-96 with about a little bit more than halfway through this bout.
All right, looks like we got Weirdo back out there. Facing off against number 358. That's Seasick Crocodile. I think that might be the first time on the jammer line for Seasick Crocodile.
Seasick Crocodile definitely being cautious when she got bopped to the outside. She considered entering a little bit further up in the pack, but decided not to risk that cut.
Weirdo pushing her way through, getting that lead jammer nod for the Merry Krampus.
Meanwhile, Seasick Crocodile is busy pushing that four wall of green that was at the front of the pack, now at the middle of the pack. She is making some progress to corner 3, which is a darn good bit of progress when you've got one woman pushing against 4.
And there she goes for 5 in the sky. That's going to break the century mark for Merry Christmas. Cindy Lou Pugh with a big shoulder there to Weirdo. Weirdo brushing it off, moving to the inside, breaking on through. Like we got a foot race.
It looks like not only do we have a foot race, we have a successful star pass. Nasty Wasty Skunk is now the jammer of record for Pville. Finished with her initial pass. Almost able to get into scoring position, but Merry Christmas knew what was going on and called it off just in time. Looks like we've got Munchies wearing the star for Pville. Excuse me, not Pville. Merry Christmas.
If you would have seen the look she just threw you.
Rightfully so, let me tell you.
Throwing shade, I think they call that.
Arsenic sauce there up against Munchies. Maybe Munchies would like some arsenic sauce on her pizza crust.
Munchie's getting pushed to the outside down on turn 2. Looking for that window, get some help from her friends as she breaks through to get that lead jammer nod inches away.
Oh, barely lead jammer. My goodness, this is a foot race, drafting one after the other. Both jammers hitting the back of the pack at high speed.
She's putting some faith in her blockers on that one. She doesn't call out the jam. She just keeps on trucking, pushing through with one skater left to get by. Make that 2. Finding the win on the outside. She's going to put some points on the board. That's 4 big points going up for Merry Christmas.
Arsenic Sauce finding a wide open hole on the outside, decides to take it, but alas, some of those Christmas crew noticed we left a window open and they came flying in to bop her to the outside of the corner at corner 4, forcing her to recycle back.
And Munchies fights her way through for another 5 big points.
Pack has made a full rotation or 2 around the track, and they're back stuck again in corner 1 where they always like to be.
Arsenic Sauce rallying back behind that big green wall, looking for a window of opportunity to get through that defensive line as Munchies puts another 5-point pass on the board for Merry Christmas.
Brutal shoulder check by Arsenic Sauce, getting her through for 4 points. That was a fantastic maneuver, I gotta tell you. I love a legal hit that sends a lady flying.
Hey, quick shout out to Pure Coffee, creating strong, clean, beautiful coffee using only perfectly sourced beans, filtered water, and attention to detail. Pure Coffee. Jesus Crust back out on the line. She's going to face off against 253 Cindy Lou Pugh.
Cindy Lou Pugh taking that outside line, hoping she can just run on through. Faced with a quadro shape of green, forcing her back to the inside. Meanwhile, Jesus Crust has decided to rise again as lead jammer status.
That delivery? No, that's DiGiorno. No, that's Jesus Crust. Jesus Crust pushing that wall, that four wall down on the turn number one. She gets a little assistance there.
Oh my gosh, both jammers to the box almost simultaneously. I believe it was like a second and a half interlude between the two. So not only do we have a jammer do-si-do, that was the fastest jammer do-si-do on record, I think.
Just a quick little pause. Have a seat. Okay, get out.
I have to catch my breath. Okay, caught it. Bye now.
Hey, Jesus Crust pushing that four wall. Round turn four, looking for a window of opportunity as Cindy Lou Pugh gets knocked to the inside, recycles back behind that pack.
All right, we have no lead jammer, which means this jam is going to go for the full 2 minutes, which means as many points on the board each team gets to score. We've got 5 more points on the board for the Merry Christmas crew.
Jesus Crust weaving her way through that defense.
It was like she was being chased by something. The Romans.
Moving from the inside line, holding it on the outside. Putting on a display out here. Cindy Lou Pugh on the backside, looking for a window of opportunity. And that opportunity is going to be in the form of a star pass, the foul one.
Successful star pass, without a doubt. Unfortunately, unable to get any points on the board with that pass. Looks like we now have an official review brought to you by Merry Christmas.
Hey, during that official review, I'd like to remind you that Rat City is accepting skaters of all levels. Our next tryout's coming up quick. For more information, email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com.
Do you want to give the gift to Derby, sign yourself up, or a loved one up for the new Pinkies program? Starting January 7th, you could launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com. Speaking of which, did you know that they have 3 levels of training before you can even be drafted to one of these home teams? If you want to learn how to skate, once again, email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Hey, I'd like to remind you that finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling. Once again, great sponsor of local roller derby, Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
And after you've decided to get some health insurance and maybe start skating, you're going to want to train smart, work hard, and get strong first. Do you love the Rat City All-Stars? Check out the Get Strong First here, located at the Rat's Nest, and learn more at getstrongfirst.com.
Yeah, well, I've got a million. Yeah, we've got. Sure, are you ready? Because I'm right here. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange is super important to us as far as the Affordable Care Act for helping to provide health insurance to individuals and families. This even allows some of us to skate. So thanks, Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, a huge shout out to the Washington Health Benefit Exchange for sponsoring our penalty box this bout. Don't be caught without insurance. Get Washington Health Benefit Exchange insurance today.
Yeah, you got it. That's for that one. Yeah. Just did that.
Okay, so green team after review of the cut track.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so this advertising special that we just put on was brought to you by Merry Christmas. They wanted to have an official review on a cut track penalty they thought that should have been called against Pville. They looked at it and said that didn't affect the game, so it's going to stand. The no call is going to stand.
No call? All right, there we go. And I guess that means they lose their review for the rest of this bout.
Julius Leeser. Get you
What?
next time.
What?
We'll get you next time.
Okay, sorry.
50-50 raffle shout out though.
That's right. The guy's got tickets. Let's do this. Peas on Earth on the jam line, facing off against, that's number 44, Nasty Wasty Skunk.
We've got ourselves an empty penalty box, and Nasty Wasty Skunk has been declared lead jammer.
Spin to win on that. She pirouettes her way through that pack, picking up that lead nod.
I barely knew that the jam started before she was lead jammer.
Peas on Earth is hot on her heels. Gets through, picks up the points, calls off the jam. That's 3 on the board for Pville.
Brings Pville up to 22 points.
Can it be me
3-point
now?
jam.
Am I good? Okay, our 50-50 raffle is now up over $300. We are currently here at the Pivot Line-ish. If you'd like to buy in, it is $1 per ticket. 50% would go back to you if you won. 50% goes to Puget Sound Outcast Derby, which is Seattle's men's derby league.
We got foul on the line for Pville, facing off against Jill Nye, the delivery guy, serving up 5-point passes in 30 minutes or less, or they're free.
Exactly. Foul is struggling behind that brutal 4 wall in the back. Jill Nye, the delivery guy, quickly on her route, been declared lead jammer, about to maybe score some points, delivering the hot slices.
Like that. Slices her way through the pack, picking up the 5 big points we were talking about.
All right, so we do have a really big score differential, and shockingly enough, Merry Christmas is the one with the largest penalty count as well. We are talking huge amounts of penalties in comparison to the Pvilles. And yet another blocker got sent to the penalty box as well. I think we're sitting at about 10 penalties for Merry Christmas versus 5 for Pville. Got to give it up for the Pews down in Pville. They know the rules. They play clean.
Definitely playing a clean game out there.
They're no Grinches. They know the rules.
All right, we got number 91 on the line. That's Roast Beast once again. Face it off against Deep Dish 2 inches.
3-4 pack advantage in favor of the Pews down in Pville. Tough 4 wall in front, just standing still, basically. Deep Dish 2-inch not able to push much and get much quarter from them at all. Roast Beef bopped to the outside and forced to recycle back. It broke up the Merry Christmas blockers a little bit.
Deep Dish 2-inch sliding through on 1 foot to pick up that lead jammer nod for Merry Christmas. Roast Beast pushing that defense around turn number 2 as she gets knocked to the infield. She's recycling back behind this pack.
One less Merry Christmas blocker to have to pass has been sent to the box for a cutting penalty.
Deep Dish 2-inch using every inch of this track, moving from the inside, pushing to the out, finding a window of opportunity to break through and pick up those points. That's another 5-point pass.
I think that's the first 5-point pass this jam, actually.
I think you're right, yeah.
It's what the technology tells me.
Big shoulder by Hammond Pineapple right there, making
Yeah, it
a
was
window.
some great offensive work by Hammond Pineapple, opening up that inside line for her jammer. 5 points on the board thanks to Hammond Pineapple. Deep Dish 2 inches was able to put it on.
Munchies with a hip check, sending Roast Beast to the infield. Pville defense locking up. Deep Dish 2-inch. Turn number 3, getting locked, getting broken up by Peas on Earth. Cuts through, picks up 2 more points before the end of that jam.
Looks like that was a 12-point jam for the Merry Christmas crew.
Right. That's what.
All right, we've got some fresh jammer legs on the track. We've got home slice for Merry Christmas and unwashed socks for Pville.
Home slice picking up a forearm. She's going to spend a little time in the penalty box. That's going to be 30 seconds. That's going to give unwashed socks the opportunity to power jam right now.
Power jam situation is something that Pville is hoping to take advantage of. Looks like Merry Christmas is doing a pretty good job at penalty time kill, though. The blockers are maintaining a pretty good offensive and defensive structure, although they have broken up a little bit, and it looks like there is only one more blocker left for unwashed socks to pass before she gets declared lead jammer. Oh, now there's two.
Unwashed socks pushing her way around this track. Looks like she got the nod. Those hips did get past, where she got knocked to the outside.
So lead jammer status for Pville, but unfortunately unwashed socks had to get recycled all the way back to almost corner two. Meanwhile, it looks like Home Slice did serve her time in the box and has since exited.
Just fighting her way through that wall, pushing that defense out. Unwashed socks says enough is enough, calls off the jam. No points are picked up by either team. Dominoes, 30 minutes or less out on the line for Merry Christmas, facing off against Silent Fright. That's a full track, ladies and gentlemen. A whole complement of skaters out there as the Wabi penalty box is empty.
I'll tell you what, man, those Pville skaters are keeping my pizza from getting to me in 30 minutes or less. She is just stuck behind that mass of four, barely over the pivot line in corner one. Unable to get through until one of her blockers decided it was time to help out. So Pizza on Earth, without a doubt, giving all sorts of offensive help to her jammer. Meanwhile, Silent Fright is still stuck behind a wall of three wall of green.
Made her work for every inch of that track. Dominoes is through.
Wide open inside line means 4 points on the board for Merry Christmas. Decides to call it off before Pville's able to get any more points on the board.
Are you sick of your job? Ready for a new career in the tech industry? Start your tech career with Dev Bootcamp, where curious beginners learn full-stack web development in 19 weeks. Visit devbootcamp.com to learn more about the original immersive coding school and their new Seattle campus. Code yourself a meaningful career at Dev Bootcamp.
All right, I feel like I've seen Foul up against Weirdo before. Those are two jammers right now. Weirdo with Christmas, Foul with Pville. And Weirdo, barely passing that pivot line, gets lead jammer.
Fighting her way around that track, beating off that last line of defense. Foul pushes through. Weirdo puts those 4 points on the board and calls off the jam.
I would usually do it at halftime of the final bout. Third and the fourth. So that's what we're doing. Okay, cool. All everyone is.
Beautiful. 56 on the line for Merry Christmas. That's going to be Baby Jesus once again.
And Charming Eel, I believe, has taken the star for the first time for Pville.
Charming Eel getting knocked to the infield by Munchies. Munchies forcing her to recycle back behind that pack while Baby Jesus pushes her way around the track. Number 56 picking up that lead. Jammer nod for Merry Christmas.
Oh, just zigging and zagging through that pack makes Baby Jesus, she makes it look easy for 4 points. 4 points on the board.
Charming Eel picking up the pace, breaking through the line, skipping through. She gets that 5 in the sky for Pville.
All right, it looks like this might be the end of this game, and it's looking like we've got 4 more points on the board for the Pville Crewville, bringing them up to, I believe, 26.
That's the unofficial final score of 26 for Pville, 181 for Merry Christmas.
All right, now don't you forget we still have 2 more bouts this evening, so it will be, I believe, the winners against the winners and the losers against the losers.
Either way, whoever's going to play, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for both of these teams.
Scarf. I like their brand new logo on their hoodies. I like it lots. But we're not here to talk about Puget Sound Outcast Derby, even though we love those boys. We are here to talk about Pville and Krampus Little Minions.
That's right. Coming back for more action on the track. This first game right now is Pville against Krampus's Little Minions. They took some abuse that first half, and they're coming back to just say, I'm not taking it anymore. Nasty Wasty Skunk and starting out this jam's going to be Nasty Wasty Skunk for Pville. That's going to be...
Looks like Little Jammer Boy for Krampus Little Minions. And since it is our first jam of the game, we know that that penalty box, Washington State Health Benefit Exchange penalty box, is empty.
Hey, and don't forget, at the half of this game, we're doing the raffle. Big money.
Yeah, you could win. We are up over $300. I think we're about $345 right now. Half of it would go to you if you win, and half of it goes to Puget Sound Outcast Derby. So bye. We are right here right now.
$335 in the pot. Half of that, what is that, like $412? Half?
I'll round up.
Something
if you're rounding
yeah.
up, yeah.
I'll round it, yeah.
Round it up, just a few cents.
Announcer math.
Announcer math is good math. Don't even try. My wife bought tickets, so, you know, she's already got this on lockdown.
Yeah, so you're going to walk away with the fortune. The $4,553.
Right.
That won't be awkward. That won't be awkward at all.
Something like that, yeah. Hey, we got action starting here in 5 seconds.
All right, we've got Wizard of Oz here at this jam timer asking all the officials if we're ready. It looks like we are. Not only are the officials ready, Krampus Little Minions is ready to get lead jammer status.
I mean, the whistle was barely done being blown when Little Jammer Boy broke through on the outside, picking up that lead jammer nod. Hop, skipping, and jumping. The other thing she sees in front of her now is that flannel as she scoots on by on the outside, putting those 5 points on the board, drawing first blood for Krampus's Little Minions.
5 points on the board for a beautiful natural grand slam. We do have Nasty Wasty Skunk out on her initial pass. And we've got a blocker from Pville sent to the penalty box, which means Krampus Little Minions has a pack advantage, makes it a little bit easier for them to score some points. They've got 7 points on the board, 0 points Pville.
This just in, folks. Due to the nature of this bout, we have Wizard of Claws on the clock.
Wearing a beautiful hat with antler dysfunction.
Slayer Bells on the line for Krampus's Little Helper, or Little Minions, facing off against Silent Fright for Pville.
Pville at a blocker disadvantage, making it that much easier for Slayer Bells to get through on that initial pass. Lead jammer status, Krampus Little Minions.
Slayer Bell finding the window on the inside, skipping through on a toe stop, picking up that 5-point pass.
All right, penalty box has been emptied. It's a full 5-on-5 on the track. Silent Fright still trying to make her way through on that initial pass. Meanwhile, we've got Slayer Bells and a blocker for Krampus Little Minions just helping out with offense, trying to get her way a little bit through past those blocker hips, and it looks like Slayer Bells on the outside past that final blocker hips for another 5 points on the board. Krampus Little Minions.
Milf and Cookies picking up a multiplayer block on that one. She's going to finish off 30 seconds in the Wabi penalty box.
Silent Fright now in scoring position. Oh, and we've got a forearm call on the Krampus Little Minion Slayer Bells Jammer, which gives Pville a power gem.
That's right, Slayer Bells getting in trouble. There is no lead jammer now. That gives Silent Fright the opportunity to break through to pick up some points. Just like that, 5 on the board for Pville.
All right, this is a 5-point jam for Pville, 10-point jam for Krampus Little Minions. Pville can even this jam score up real quick. All right, finding just enough room on the outside. Somebody left an outside window open. We've got 5 points on the board by Silent Fright and Pville. That's a 10-point jam all round. We're sitting at 10 points Pville and 21 points Krampus Little Minions.
Not too bad. Only 11-point spread between these two teams in jam number 2. We've got an empty penalty box. Wabi penalty box is empty right now, so that means we got a full complement of skaters on the track.
Roast Beast on the outside line for Pville, wearing the Jammer Star.
Who carved the Roast Beast?
I will happily carve the roast beef, but it looks like Silent Fright is the one who's probably going to be trying to carve into Roast Beast this jam.
The Grinch.
Oh, did the
Grinch?
The
Grinch was allowed the honor of carving into the Roast Beast.
Oh, well, good memory for you. I do not remember that ending, but I do remember Roast Beast was prominently featured.
But did you remember that Silent Fright broke through and picked up that lead jammer nod?
All right, so just so y'all aren't confused, we actually have a Silent Fright on both teams. So when you hear us talking about Silent Fright, we may or may not be talking about the one you're thinking of.
One of them, right? All right, picking up those 3 points, calling off the jam. Krampus' Little Minions, Silent Fright putting her hands to the hips. 24-10 in favor of Krampus.
Looks like Foul is taking the star for Pville. Skating up against Little Jammer Boy for Krampus Little Minions.
Little Jammer Boy sprinting to the outside, took a knee at the start of this jam, but she still worked her way to the front of the pack. Gets through, but gets knocked to the outfield. She's forced to recycle back behind the pack, getting quick on her feet, back on the line, looking for a winner to break through. However, Foul has worked her way through to get that initial pass. Feeling that pressure, Little Jammer Boy puts her hands on her hips and calls off the jam before any points are taken on that score.
Yeah, that was a good strategic move by Krampus Little Minions.
Strategery.
Excellent strategery. All right, number 253, Cindy Lou Pugh wearing the star for Pville.
Slayer Bells out on the line for Krampus Little Minions.
Tight scrum start, full pack of blockers for each team, barely moving past the jammer line. We've got some penalties here called against Krampus Little Minions for multiplayer block. 2 Krampus Little Minions blockers heading to the box right now, which means it's going to be that much easier for Cindy Lou Pugh to get past those ladies in red.
Slayer Bells getting pushed to the outside on turn number 2. She's forced to recycle back by turn number 1. The meantime, up front, picking up that lead jammer nod. That's going to be Cindy Lou Pugh, number 253, breaking through for Pville.
The Nutcracker was chasing Cindy Lou Pugh all the way out to that no pack out of play call, forcing her to be let through, which means we've got 4 points on the board thanks to Cindy Lou Pugh from Pville. That was a 4-point jam for Pville, 1-point jam for Krampus Little Minions. We're sitting at 14 points for the team in black, 25 points for the team in red. We've got about 22 minutes left in this game. Silent Fright, number 6 in the red, skating up against number 44, Nasty Wasty Skunk for Pville. 1 red blocker in the box.
Slight pack advantage going to Pville, and they're going to use it as they pick up that lead jabbernaut with Nasty Wasty Skunk breaking out in front. Little Jamel Boy throwing her hip out there, trying to stop that. She puts her hands on her hips, calls off the jam for Pville. That's 3 points going up in favor of the team in black.
Just like this previous bout, Pville remarkably clean in the penalty count. So far, just 1 penalty to Garlic Soul versus 4 penalties so far for Krampus Little Minions. Pville knows the rules.
All right, we got an empty Wobby penalty box out there. We've got Parumpum Pummel on the line for the Krampus Little Minions, facing off against Silent Fright for Pville.
Now that would be Silent Fright 1751 in the black. Silent Fright.
And 1751 pushing to the inside, moving to the out, looking for a window of opportunity in that wall of flannel. In the meantime, Parumpum Pummel is up front, trying to push that black wall around turn number 2, looking for a crack in that armor. Walled up tight. Pville's defense says, "You're not getting by."
Oh, yeah, no, we are pushing you to the outside, forcing you to recycle back. Meanwhile, Silent Fright, able to find her sneaky little way through, gets lead jammer status for Pville. Milf and Cookies just doing a chest bump against Silent Fright, making sure she does not get past. The minions surround her.
Multiplayer block being assessed to Krampus Little Minions, number 1, 2, 3.
A Gay and a Manger is getting sent to the penalty box, I believe, for that block. All right, so it looks like Krampus Little Minions are finally able to get through on that initial pass. Let's see if Silent Fright is going to maybe call it off. 3 points on the board for Pville and Silent Fright. That's an 8-point jam for the team in black. In fact, not only is that an 8-point jam, we have got a tie score.
That's right. With that 8 points going up, we're tied up at 25-25. 25 Pville, 25 Krampus Little Minions. And I believe we're going to have an official review. During that official review, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee bar in Seattle, located just up the street on 143rd and Aurora. Ladies and gentlemen, Black Rock Coffee.
Oh, that sounds delicious on a cold night like tonight. Black Rock Coffee sounds like it would totally warm my toes. Hey, are you interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls? We have numerous great packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorship at Rat City Roller Girls. Tell us what to say. Let us plug your business.
If you're watching this bout and want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate and get your Derby ready so you can try out for the home team. Our new program starts January 7th. Check our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
And if you're thinking about joining the Pinkies, you want to make sure that you are covered with a good health care insurance plan. The Washington Health Benefit Exchange is super important as far as the Affordable Care Act. is concerned, and it helps provide health insurance to individuals and family. In fact, this allows some of us to skate. So thanks, Washington Health Benefit Exchange.
Red was contending that the black fitted up.
Alrighty, so it looks like the team in red, Krampus Little Minions, they thought there was a high block that was supposed to be called on their jammer. But as it turns out, in skating motion, the jammer's head actually sort of hit the blocker that supposedly did the high block. So, nope, no call. And red team does not retain their review.
Doesn't hurt to ask, though, right?
No, not at all,
Right.
especially when it comes to blocker or jammers.
Right. Speaking of jammers, we got unwashed socks on the line for Pville, facing off against Little Jammer Boy for Krampus's Little Minions.
What do you suppose Little Jammer Boy's unwashed socks are like? Would it be pew?
I don't want to think about it. Hey, but you know what? Coming out on top is going to be unwashed socks.
Unwashed socks lead jammer's status. I wonder if they're getting out of her way because of the stinky pew, pew.
Pew, pew. Well, she's holding her line on the inside, looking for a window of opportunity, but she's going to pick up a back block penalty, which means she's going to get 30 seconds in the box. It also means we don't have a lead jammer, so we're going to go the full 2 minutes. Little Jammer Boy, the only jammer record on the track at this moment.
All right, so Krampus Little Minions blockers are just standing there waiting for some instruction as Little Jammer Boy comes through. That black wall in front was bust apart by the cannonballs of the Krampus Little Minions at the direction of Little Jammer Boy. 5 points on the board for the team in red.
Zigging and zagging, pushing her way from the front to the back to the in to the out, looking for a window of opportunity. That's Little Jammer Boy with that 5 in the sky nod. 5 big points going up for Krampus Little Minions.
Meanwhile, Unwashed Socks has been released from the penalty box and is trying to make her way through to score some more points, but that wall of red and black has a different idea about her plan of action.
Using those tiptoe toe stops, pushing her way on the inside. That's Little Jammer Boy picking up those points and putting them down. She's assessing that big, strong wall of black as it's holding her back.
Unwashed Socks popped to the inside on corner one, forced to recycle back. She did do sort of an inside-outside maneuver, but she did keep 1 foot all the way out of bounds, so no cutting call on her, and we've got 5 points on the board for Pville. 4 more points on the board for Krampus Little Minions.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a 24-point jam for Krampus Little Minions. It was time, but they're running away with it 49-30. Only 19 points separating these two teams. We got a lot of derby left.
More than halfway. We were not even halfway through, so we've definitely got a lot of derby left. Only 19 points separate these two, and I think we all know that 19 points can be eaten up in one jam.
We got Seasick Crocodile on the line for Pville, facing off against Dashing Through D's Ho-Ho-Ho's for Krampus's Little Helper, or Little Minions. Holding that toe side, barely. Holding that toe stop on the inside, just barely. As she takes on the attack of Pville, picking up that lead jammer nod. That's Dashing Through These Ho-Ho-Ho's for Krampus's Little Minions.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that she was dashing through those ho-ho-hos. Pville was putting up quite the defense. She might have been struggling through those ho-ho-hos. She made it, though.
Definitely putting up a fight, making her work for every inch of that track.
Penalty box emptying, so we've got a full 5-on-5 on the track. A bunch of red blockers doing their best to defend against that black jammer trying to get through. Seasick Crocodile stuck behind a tough wall of 3, now a tough wall of 4.
Dashing through these ho-ho-hos, 4 more going up. Big shoulder being thrown right there. That's going to knock Charming Eel to the ground down on turn number 1. She gets back up. 3 points getting scored by 131. That's Arsenic Sauce. And she dashing through these ho-ho-hos is going to pick up a penalty for that one. So it is a power jam for Arsenic Sauce.
Arsenic Sauce holding that inside line, now getting forced to the outside by Milf and Cookies and Slayer Bells. They're making her roll all the way back to corner 2 behind a red wall. Natural end to that gem. 4 points on the board for Pville. Looks like Pville had a 7-point jam, holding Krampus Little Minions to 4. We're sitting at 38-52 in favor of Krampus Little Minions, the team in red.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation, staffed with an advanced team of sports orthopedic and manual therapy specialists who offer leading edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or daily activities.
All right, Silent Fright for Pville, lead jammer status. That was a power start for the team in black, making it that much easier for them to get lead jammer status. Meanwhile, looks like dashing through these ho-ho-hos, jammer for Krampus Little Minions has been released from the penalty box and is through for her initial pass. Luckily, Pville was well aware of the situation. 4 points on the board for Pville. And no points on the board for Krampus Little Minions. There we go. We're sitting at 42-52 in favor for the team in red.
Krampus' Little Minions is going to field Silent Fright for their team, facing off against Foul One for Pville. Foul getting knocked to the outside with Milf and Cookies, forced to recycle back behind turn number 4. Silent Fright up front, trying to push her way through this 4 wall. That diamond defense is looking good, but not good enough to hold back Silent Fright. Silent Fright breaks through to pick up that lead. Jammer nod. Knocked out, but coming back in. There's a pile up down on turn number 2 for Silent Fright as she's trying to fight her way through that 3-wall diamond defense. Getting told to call off the jam from the outside. She picks up 3 points. Holding Pville at 0. 55-42 in favor of Krampus' Little Minions.
All right, we got about 13 minutes left in this game. That means 13 minutes for you to get in on this 50-50 raffle. We're making our way back around the track now. We're going to draw after this game is over.
That's right. Break out those dollars. Little Jammer Boy facing off against Nasty Wassy Skunk.
Oh, Nasty Wassy Skunk found a tiny little crack on that inside line at corner 1. Lead jammer status Pville and Nasty Wassy Skunk.
Little Jammer Boy hot on her heels, though. Does not like not having that lead jammer nod.
Yeah, it is a foot race to the pack. Looks like 3 points on the board for Pville, and they are able to hold, I believe they are able to hold Krampus Little Minions to none. 45-55, 10-point differential with about 12 minutes left in this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, only 10 points separating these two teams. Make some noise for these skaters.
All right, we've got Arsenic Sauce wearing the star for Pville. Slayer Bells being the star for the Minions. That Washington Healthcare Benefit Exchange penalty box is open. It's a full 5-on-5 on the track. Arsenic Sauce forced to the outside and forced to recycle herself further back into corner 4.
Knock to the inside right there. Forced to recycle back behind Milf and Cookies once again. Up front, Slayer Bell's looking for a window of opportunity. A crack in this armor to break through. She's on her toe stops. That's going to be Arsenic Sauce running through the middle, picking up that lead. Jammer nod. Pville.
Slayer Bells holding her inside line, not able to be bopped to the inside, but still stuck in the middle of that pack, trying to get through on her initial pass. Meanwhile, Arsenic Sauce finding a stumbling way to ride that inside line. 5 points on the board for Pville.
Closing up the gap. Arsenic Sauce running away with it at the start of this jam. 5 points on the board right now. We do have a star pass. That's going to go to Silent Fright.
Silent Fright number 6 in the red, in case you're keeping record at home.
Slayer Bell with a big shoulder check, sending Arsenic Socks to the inside. She puts her hands on her hips and calls off that jam. Not before she picks up another 3 big points, bringing this game within 3 points. Pville sitting at 53. Krampus's Little Minions sitting at 56.
We currently have a timeout called by Krampus's Little Minions. And this timeout is sponsored by, let's see, who is it sponsored by? How about Washington Health Benefit Exchange? Thank you so much for sponsoring us. They sponsored our penalty box today and will be supporting us through our upcoming season. Make sure you check them out. Speaking of Washington Health Benefit Exchange, that ticket stub you've got is worth a t-shirt once you go back to the lobby. And one final moment for Washington Health Benefit Exchange. If you want coverage starting in February, you will need to sign up by, I believe, January 23rd. So be sure to log on to Washington Health Benefit Exchange and get that insurance coverage for ya.
Wizard Claus says, let's get this party started with a whistle blow. Jammer on jammer action as the Nutcracker knocks Roast Beast to the outside, forcing her to recycle way back, and she charges down the middle, gets stuck in that defensive wall at the pivot line.
Oh, almost able to take that inside line. Roast Beef decides she better recycle herself. Meanwhile, the Nutcracker gets lead jammer status right about corner 2.
Picking up that speed, approaching that pack. She gets stopped by a strong 3 wall down on turn number 2. Looking for a window of opportunity to put some points on the board. Nutcrackers weaving to the outside and to the end. Roast Beef gets knocked to the infield and recycles back behind turn number 2 as well. Looking for a window to get through that flannel wall of defense.
Roast Beef once again knocked to the infield and forced to recycle behind that red wall. This pack is moving slowly, barely coming into turn 3, even though we're a minute into this jam. Nutcracker trying to figure out just what is the best plan of action.
Looking for weakness in this wall is a tough chore. As there's 4 strong defensive skaters up here on turn number 4, holding back the Nutcracker, knocking her to the outfield. She's forced to recycle as they bridge out the full length.
All right, so Pville has a successful star pass. Nasty Wassy Skunk is now your jammer of record. Looks like Nasty Wassy Skunk was quick enough to hit the back of that pack to get 1 point on the board. 3 points to Krampus Little Minions. There's a 2-point differential for this jam, but there is a 5-point differential in the total score.
8.5 minutes left. 54 Pville, 59 Krampus Little Minions. We got a game, people.
Not only do we have a game, it looks like we have an official timeout.
Hey, you want to give the gift of Derby? Sign yourself or a loved one up for the new Pinkies program. Starting January 7th, you can launch your Derby journey with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at RatCityRollerGirls.com for more information.
Are you loving it? Are you loving this holiday bout? Don't miss out. Come watch our first official home team doubleheader on January 14th at 5:30 p.m. You'll see the Socket Wenches take on the Throttle Rockets, and Derby Liberation Front battle Grave Danger. Spread the word. Bring your friends. Tickets available at RatCityRollerGirls.com. And I believe we all know the bout is going to be right here where you are today.
Hey, if you're interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous great packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorships at RatCityRollerGirls.com.
All right, we've got Cindy Lou Pugh wearing the star for Pville, skating up against a Gay in a Manger for Krampus Little Minions. And it looks like Cindy Lou's getting sent to the box for a cut call, which means this is a power jam for Krampus Little Minions.
And that's a gain of Manger picking up that lead jammer nod for Krampus's Little Minions.
She looked kind of casual, fixing her helmet cover, making sure she looked good.
Gotta look good when you pick up that lead. But I'll tell you what, Pville defense has something else planned as they hold her back. She does pick up 2 points before calling off that jam.
Yeah, I think that she was calling off that jam so Krampus Little Minions can get a good power start opportunity, perhaps even getting lead jam status next jam. It looks like Silent Fright is the one, number 6 in the red, who's been donning or deemed the one honor for the power start. All right, so that team of red is doing their best to break up that front wall of black. Not only are they doing their best, they did a darn good job. They did it. Lead jammer status, Silent Fright. Penalty box has emptied, and Cindy Lou Pugh is hitting the back of that pack, trying to get through on her initial pass.
Trying to hold that line on those toe stops. She gets knocked to the infield. Recycles back behind as Silent Fright rallies around the track. Once again, picking up 4 more points for Krampus' Little Minions.
6.5 minutes left in this game. 53 points Pville, 65 Krampus Little Minions. Let's see what Silent Fright can do to change that up. 5 more points on the board. We're sitting at 70 points, Krampus Little Minions.
Silent Fright holding those toe stops on the inside, but she gets knocked to the infield, recycling back behind that wall of Flannel. Flannel's her team, so that's okay, but she's working her way to the front right now, and there's 4 defensive skaters that say, you're not moving. In the meantime, we got Cindy Lou Pugh back here, finding a window of opportunity on the inside to break through for her initial pass.
Cindy Lou Pugh was absolutely struggling behind that Triforce of red in back of the pack. Unfortunately, that red line left that inside line wide open, and Cindy snuck out, saw what the Grinch was up to, and decided to get out and let everybody know.
Big shoulder getting thrown to Cindy Lou Pugh down there on turn number 2. She's back up on her feet looking for a winner to break through. That wall's tight. 4 points are going to get picked up by Pville. Looks like we got 16 for Krampus' Little Minions. That's 77-57. 20-point spread. I believe we got a last call for raffle tickets as we got 5 minutes on the clock. So you see them waving, throw some dollars out there and get your chance to win a bucket of cash.
All right, we've got Little Jammer Boy wearing the star for Krampus Little Minions, and it looks like Silent Fright wearing the star for Pville. That is Silent Fright in the black. Meanwhile, Krampus Little Minions' Little Jammer Boy has been declared lead jammer. That penalty box is empty. And she is just, the Little Jammer Boy is just finding a wide open window on that inside. 5 points for Krampus Little Minions.
Big shoulder right there. I believe that was number 1 foul, knocking her to the outside.
Yeah, that was a Grinchy shoulder that foul gave her for sure. Meanwhile, we've got Milf and Cookie's last line of defense for Silent Fright to get past on her initial pass. And 4 more points on the board by Little Jammer Boy for Krampus Little Minions.
Silent Fright on the outside. Aggressively attacks that 4-wall diamond defense. She gets knocked to the infield. Little Jammer Boy fights her way through.
Excellent offensive work by dashing through these ho-ho-hos, trying to bust a wall or bust an opening through on the black wall for her jammer. Little Jammer Boy able to find that crack on the inside. 4 points on the board for Krampus Little Minions. Almost hitting that century mark. They're sitting at 90 points to Pville's 57. We are at a team timeout now for the next minute. Pville has decided it's time to circle the wagons, gather the troops, and have a little talk about it.
Hey, did you know that some of these skaters got their start only a year ago? If you want to start your Derby journey, the Peakies program can teach you all about the fundamentals of Derby. Our next session starts January 7th. Check out our social media feeds or email freshmeat at ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
Don't let a lack of insurance coverage stop you from skating. Finding insurance doesn't have to be an ordeal. Remember, Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you too can get rolling. All right, that timeout is over. We've got Krampus Little Minion skaters on the track. Pville setting up. Nasty Wasty Skunk wearing the star for Pville. Slayer Bells jamming for Krampus's Minions. That Washington Health Benefit Exchange box is empty, which means it's a full 5-on-5 on the track. Nasty Wasty Skunk able to find an outside window open. Lead jammer status, Pville. Meanwhile, Slayer Bells has been released, or not released, has completed her initial pass and is trying to hit that pack to get some points. Unable to get any points. 3 points on the board for Pville. We are at 63-90 in favor of Krampus Little Minions. Are you silently frightened? This time we've got Silent Fright on the jammer line. Number 6 in red, skating up against Foul for Pville in the black. Got a 3-on-4 pack advantage in favor of Pville. Krampus blocker in the box.
Fighting through that 4-point diamond, Silent Fright picking up that lead jammer nod for Krampus's Little Minions.
Foul deciding it is time to break on through to that other side of the pack. Done with her initial pass, trying to start scoring points now. Looks like 4 points on the board for Silent Fright and another 4 points on the board for Foul. All right, it looks like Silent Fright called it off. 3 points on that extra pass for Krampus Little Minions. So that was a 4-7 jam in favor of Krampus Little Minions. 30-point differential in favor of the team in red. About a minute left in this game.
We have seen 30-point jams in this today.
Absolutely.
So it's not out of the question. We're still in this game.
Without a doubt.
Slayer Bells out there, Silent Fright out there. Silent Fright for Pville, Slayer Bells for Krampus's Little Minions.
Slayer Bells looking to get like she was going to take that inside line to get lead jammer status, but Nasty Wasty Skunk said, no, you're not. Going to bop you in, going to force you to recycle back. And lo and behold, that's exactly what she did. Unfortunately, we have another recycle for Silent Fright, number 1715 in the black. Silent Fright forced to recycle all the way back, but it didn't slow her down much. Through that pack, lead jammer status, Pville, Silent Fright.
Weaving her way through that pack. Silent Fright pushes her way through for a big 5-point pass.
Weaving through that pack, didn't even bother to slow her down. She just maneuvered her way, pinballed her way. Whoa, danced her way through for a 5-point pass.
Knocked her to the outside, flat on her back, hops up on her feet, quickly breaking through for another 5-point pass for Pville.
All right, that's a 10-point jam so far. And by the way, Slayer Bells has been popped to that penalty box, which means it's a power jam. Pville, another 5 points on the track. That is a 15-point jam so far. We are quickly chipping away at the point differential between these two teams. Something about a 30-point jam? Yeah, we might see a 30-point jam. We're at 15 so far.
Silent Fry trying to fight her way through this wall of flannel. Slayer Bells is out on her initial pass. Silent Fry is still trying to get through these blockers. Knocked to the outside. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good fight. 19-point jam.
19-point jam. I think that's what, the second, third highest jam points we've seen tonight.
That's
86 to 97 in favor of Krampus Little Minions. It is the unofficial score, but I got to tell you, there was heart all the way to the last lap.
Fighting it out to the last second on that one. Not giving up, but we do have a final score. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Krampus's Little Minions. All right, folks, are you ready for some derby? That's right. A couple seconds to go. We're going to start off this last game of the evening. Victor against Victor. This should be promising. Whistles blowing, action starts. First two on the line. Jesus Crust for Merry Christmas and Roasted Pony for the Snow Queens.
All right, we've got a tight scrum start. Blockers have not even made their way past the pivot line. Both jammers are trying to fight their way past the opposing set of blockers. Neither set of blockers doing much damage.
Roasted Ponies breaking out, picking up the lead.
Finding a bit of an inside line that was open. Jesus Christ is just hot on the pony's tail.
I believe Jesus Crust has the highest jam so far in the game, right? At 314 points, wasn't it?
Yeah, it might have been 314 points or maybe like 30. But yeah,
30,
totally.
Whatever. Announcer math. Hey, but first blood has been drawn. 1 point going up on the board for the Snow Queens. Jill Nye, the delivery guy, facing off against Oso Final on the jam line.
Both teams are sitting at 0 penalties, so we've got that empty penalty box. Jill Nye, delivery guy, trying to bust her way through that middle. Unsuccessful, still behind that wall of white until right now. Lead jammer status. Jill Nye, the delivery guy, busted through that line of ice.
Peas on Earth in chase as Oso Final breaks away for her initial. Jill Nye squeezing through, picking up that 1 point as she put her hands to her hips. 1 point getting picked up by the Snow Queens as well. Snow Queens have twice as many points.
Twice as many points.
Twice as many points.
Oh my God, they won. You might as well just
How do you
give
come
up
back
now.
from a deficit like that?
How do you do that? No, it's just, it clearly.
It's insane. You score 1 point. That's how you do it.
All right, Flow Motion wearing the star for the Snow Queens. And it looks like Weirdo is the star of the crust, the Merry Christmas crew.
Flow Motion fighting a window on the inside. One blocker left, but she's going to get a cut track call. That means she's going to go to the box for the next 30 seconds. Power jam right now for Weirdo.
Lead jammer status still open for Weirdo if she is able to get that. And inside line wide open, lead jammer status, Merry Christmas. Weirdo on her scoring pass. We've got a blocker in the box for Merry Christmas sitting next to the Snow Queens jammer Flow Motion.
Merry Christmas Weirdo on the inside looking for that window of opportunity, but it's locked up tight by the Snow Queens defense. Holding her back down on turn number 2. She goes to the outside, looks for a window on the end. They wall up tight, spreading out wide. Now we got a 3-point star. Pushing her to the outside, forcing her to recycle back behind this pack.
All right, both jammers have finished their initial pass, I believe. Weirdo still lead jammer status and trying to make her way through one last set of hips. Five points on the board for Merry Christmas, thanks to Weirdo.
Initial pass, Flow Motion is out, looking to put some points on the board for the Snow Queens. Little shoulder bump and the hands to her hips. She calls off the jam after picking up 1 more point for Merry Christmas, bringing their total to 7-2.
All right, we've got Sharon Noble in the white, wearing the star, skating up against Jesus Crust in the green. White team does have a blocker advantage as one of the blockers for Merry Christmas is sitting in the box.
Jesus Crust finding the window on turn number 1. Breaks through, picking up that lead jammer status for Merry Christmas.
Jesus Crust fighting along that outside line, able to get past most of that blocking crew. Finally, a final 2-wall with one of the blockers sent to the box. Sends her way through for a 4-point pass. On that next pass, of course, she attempted an apex jump between the corners of 1 and 2. Didn't quite make it, had to recycle herself back, and that inside line was wide open, which means 5 points on the board for Jesus Crust and Merry Christmas.
Great track awareness, knowing that she fell just to the inside of the track. Recycles back so she doesn't get that cut track call. Gets back in, picks up those points.
On her next scoring pass, an attempted apex leap sent her flying with a potential cut call, but she crawled her way to the middle to make sure that didn't happen. Unfortunately, different kind of penalty, like a back block, sends Jesus Crust to the penalty box. It is a power jam situation for Snow Queens and Cher Noble.
Well, that's right. Jesus Crust did have the lead, but since she got a penalty on that one, the lead has been dropped. There is no lead jammer. We're going to go the full extent of this jam. Sharon Noble is out on a scoring pass.
That's 5 points on the board for Snow Queens this jam so far. Sharon Noble trying to fight her way past that tight wall of green up front, forcing her almost to the outside, but she holds that rope. 5 points on the board for the Snow Queens. This is a 10-point jam for the team in white.
5 more points going to get picked up by Merry Christmas. 21 points, Merry Christmas. 12 points, Snow Queen. That was a 14-point jam for the ladies in green. 10-point jam for the ladies in white. Still only 9 points separating these two teams right now. We still got 22 minutes left in this game. Plenty of time.
Oh, so final, wearing the star for the Snow Queens. And Jill Nye, the delivery guy, trying to deliver some points for Merry Christmas.
Jill Nye with a sprinting start against that white wall defense. Just starts to push them through past that jammer line to the pivot, but coming away with it on the inside is going to be oh so final as she picks up that lead jammer nod.
All right, the pack speed is picking up. It looks like Merry Christmas has no intention of letting Oh So Final score any points. Oh So Final speeding her way through, decides, yeah, I can pick up a couple points. Just because you can skate fast doesn't mean I can't. Oh So Final decides to call it off after getting 4 points on the board for the Snow Queens. That was a 4-point jam for the team in white, holding the green team to 0 points.
Picking them up and putting them down. That puts them within 5 points of Merry Christmas.
16 points for the Snow Queens, 21 points for Merry Christmas. I am looking at Flow Motion wearing the star for those icy Snow Queens. And it looks like Weirdo wearing the star for Merry Christmas. All right, we have got lead jammer status for Flow Motion. Snow Queens are hoping to put some points on the board, but Weirdo is deciding to race that Flow Motion to the back of the pack. It is a foot race with some drafting. They are that close to each other. Flow Motion hit the back of the pack first, but Weirdo found an inside line, nice and quick and easy. 4 points on the board for Merry Christmas.
Spreading out that defense. She pushes to a crack on the outside, breaks through, gets those 4 points. 3 big points getting picked up by the Snow Queens before that jam was called off. Chomping away at that deficit. 6 points separating these two teams. Slide pack advantage going to go in favor of the Snow Queens as we got one blocker in the box. That's going to be number 619, Peas on Earth.
Jesus Crust. Wearing the star for Merry Christmas. Trying to find her way on the inside line and in the middle of that white pack, but getting bopped to the outside line. Meanwhile, Roasted Pony flies through lead jammer status, Snow Queen.
Big tackle on the outside. Down there, Jesus Crust goes into the pads. Back out on the track. Gets her initial pass out of the way as 5 points go up for Roasted Pony.
Roasted Pony, knowing that Jesus is right on her tail, decides it is time to call it off because there's no need to let that green team score any points, especially since they had 5 points on the board. 24 points, Snow Queens. 25 points, Merry Christmas. This is a 1-point game. This is what we are hoping for tonight. Woo. Got some derby going on.
This is the game to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Victor against Victor. We've got number 5, Chernobyl, facing off against number 655, Jill Nye, the delivery guy. Jill Nye off to a sprinting start, pushing her way through and firing away, picking up that lead jammer status for the Merry Christmas.
Jill Nye's got some points to deliver. She's got time. She doesn't have time to waste. I got to get through fast. That open window on the inside, 5 more points.
That's an impressive jam as she breaks through, throwing a shoulder into Chernobyl as she passes her by, getting through that defensive wall to pick up those points. Three-point diamond defense up front, holding Jill Nye back as she's looking for a window of opportunity, but it's agile and quick to move with her as she's trying to find a window.
That is a thick wall of ice up front, holding Jill Nye back.
To a glacial movement, right?
That's exactly what that was. I see what you did there. That
right.
was good.
Ice,
that was good.
Glacial, right?
Yep.
All right. 33 points, Merry Christmas. 24 points, Snow Queens.
All right, 2-inch crust for Merry Christmas. Skating up against Chairman Mouse for the Snow Queens. That penalty box is empty, just like I like it.
Looks like that Wobby box is not in use at the start of this jam.
Full 5-on-5 on the track. The jammers probably don't like that because that's that many more people they've got to pass. But that's how I like it because that's how many more people get to hit. All right, inside, wide open, Merry Christmas, deep dish 2-inch, lead jammer status. Oh, wait, I see something that might indicate something else?
Yeah. Tricky terminology.
Well, I thought I saw an OPR telling the jam ref there was a cut, but the jam ref was like, no, get back on the track. So, deep dish 2-inch, still your lead jammer status, and all is good. I clearly was making things up.
Merry Christmas. Defense just holding Chairman Mouse to a standstill on turn number 2.
Yeah, that is an incredible Triforce they've got going there. Chairman Mouse is not making any movement other than to the infield to get recycled all the way back.
That 3-point diamond does an amazing job of holding Chairman Mouse back, knocking her to the infield. She recycles back but finds a window on the inside, holds the line, gets back in there. Just to have the Merry Christmas defense reform in front of her down here on turn number 3.
All right, Chairman Mouse is the only jammer on the track. Deep dish 2-inch just called to the penalty box for a penalty. Did not catch what it was, but that doesn't really matter because Snow Queens are now on a power jam. Refs have informed me it was a low block that sent deep dish to that penalty box, which means we're still on a power jam. Power jam.
Oh, big shoulder to Chairman Mouse. She gets knocked to the outside by Weirdo.
Yeah, Weirdo was having none of that getting past me action. It's time to take you outside.
Shoulder check sends Chairman Mouse to the inside as well. Turn number 4.
That was a phenomenal penalty time kill by Merry Christmas. Not a whole lot of Forward motion was allowed by Chairman Mouse, but they did manage to get 4 points on the board. I believe we are looking at a 37-point Christmas to 24-point Snow Queens.
If you're watching this bout and want to know how to play Derby, Rat City offers a program called Pinkies. It's designed to teach you how to skate, get you Derby ready so you can try out for a home team. Our new program starts January 7th. Check our social media feeds or email freshmeat@ratcityrollergirls.com for more information.
And maybe you don't want to roller skate yourself. That's okay. Why don't you give the gift of Derby? You can sign a loved one up for your for that new Pinkies program starting January 7th. You or that person you signed up for could launch a Derby career with Rat City. Contact Fresh Meat at Rat City Roller Girls for more information.
Got 2 more to go. Hey, don't forget, if you're loving this bout, don't miss out. Come watch our first official home team doubleheader on January 14th at 5:30 p.m. You'll see the Socket Wenches take on the Throttle Rockets and the Derby Liberation Front battle grave danger. Spread the word and bring your friends. Tickets available at RatCityRollerGirls.com.
Alrighty, so I want you all to remember, if you haven't picked up your Washington Health Benefit Exchange t-shirt, that's what your ticket stub can do. And remember, finding insurance does not have to be an ordeal. Washington Health Benefit Exchange can help you get accessible and affordable insurance so you can get rolling. We're gone.
Such a relief. It's all shenanigans.
Not quite. I still
No more.
who the officials are yet.
No more pitches. Wizard of Claw.
All right, so why are we sitting here with no skating? It is an official review. Let me tell you about the officials. Tonight's non-skating officials: Betty Clocker, Dee Sider, Feely Dan, Gorham Browncoat, Izzy Pop, Judgment Dana, Read the Rules, Tenacious D-Cup, Wizard of Claws, Miss Red, and Alexandra Jambell. Those are your non-skating officials. You might notice them as the folks wearing the white lab coats because they are the lightning fists of science. All right, that is right. Without these non-skating officials, this bout would not exist. But not only non-skating officials, we have got to acknowledge the refs: Mike Hammer, A. Travesty, Slash Dancer, Izzy Pop, Andrew, no known Derby name, and maybe Dell from Hell, but Dell's not here. I'm still going to say his name anyway. All right, well, those are your refs for this evening. Without any of these officials, it would just be a bunch of skaters skating in circles. No one would be here to keep score, and we wouldn't know who was the winner or who got in trouble by being sent to the Washington Health Exchange penalty box.
But we'd probably still have some fun. I got a feeling,
I think they would, because even people like to skate in circles and hit each other with no refs to tell them when they did something wrong. That sounds like a lot of fun to me.
We just wouldn't know when to stop because there's no clock, right? That's really the problem here.
Okay,
right?
Details.
I know it.
Whatever. All right, well, I'm not sure what this official review is about, but it looks like there is a lot to talk about.
Sleeper, don't have a mic anymore.
Damn it. Oh, yeah.
Official review dancing brought to you by Ho 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 Cheese Dan.
Was that?
All right, it looks like that was an official review brought to you by the green team, Merry Christmas. They were hoping for a cut call on the opposing team, Snow Queen's Jammer. As it turns out, nobody really witnessed that cut because, well, they just didn't. And since no refs witnessed it, they cannot call it. It is actually in the rules. If you don't see it, it didn't happen.
And we're not saying it didn't happen. We're just saying
nobody saw it happen.
It might have happened. We're going to leave it at that.
But the sum total of it is lack of call stands, and green team no longer has a review for the rest of this game.
It's that if a tree falls in the woods thing.
If a jammer cuts and no one was there to see it, did it really happen? Right. Apparently the answer is no.
No, did not exist. Hey, let's get back to Derby. Let's skate.
Is that why we're here? Derby?
That's right. We're not here for the pizza.
All right, we've got Jesus Crust on the line for that team in green. And it looks like Roasted Pony is thinking about wearing the star for the team in white. I'll bet you she'll still wear it after this 5 seconds is done.
Looks like we got a slight pack advantage. Go to Merry Christmas. Fast on their feet. Jesus Crust and Roasted Pony on the race, but Roasted Pony's the one that's going to come out on top. Picking up that lead, Jammer nod for Snow Queens.
All right, Jesus Crust out on her initial pass. Looked like the Snow Queens were trying to bridge to keep her back, but nope, she was a little bit faster and they had to let her go. Meanwhile, Roasted Pony is trying to catch up with that green wall in front. Roasted Pony able to get 1 point on the board for the team in white. We're looking at a 25-point to 37-point game in favor of Merry Christmas. A little bit less than 15 minutes left in this game. Jill Nye, the delivery guy, going up against Flow Motion. And I believe we've got an empty penalty box, just like I like it.
All right, that whistle's blowing. The action has started. Flow Motion and Jill Nye trying to push their way through, but they're pushing this pack. Moving along with them. We're going to tumble down on turn number 1. Jill Nye moves to the outside, finds a window of opportunity.
Not sure if this is a lead jammer status or if she got called on a penalty. Looks like Jill Nye, despite her getting through that pack first, has been called on a penalty. So we are looking at a power jam. No, we're not, because Jill Nye, the delivery guy, and Flow Motion have both been sent to the box. Looking at about a 2-second seat for each of them. Both of them have been released, and they're going to just call it a mulligan and start over, I guess.
Jill picking up that ever-elusive multiplayer block penalty by a jammer.
Oh, it was. They were calling the multiplayer block on the jammer. Okay.
And a cut track, I think it was, for Flow Motion. But Flow Motion's back on her feet, picking up 4 points, putting them on the board for the Snow Queens. Jill Nye still trying to fight her way through. She's knocking Flow Motion to the inside.
Oh, Jill Nye doing some jammer-on-jammer defensive action. Forced Flow Motion to the inside and recycled back, to corner 3?
Making her recycle way back there. Trying to force the cut, I think, is what happened. But it turns out Flow Motion was able to get out in front of Jill. Jill getting knocked to the infield right now. Forced to recycle back behind this pack to the jammer line. Looking for that window. She piles through that defense.
So we've got a 4-wall of white up front that Jill Nye is trying to get by. We've got a 4-wall of green in back that Flo's trying to get by. Jill Nye delivering herself to the back of that pack. Meanwhile, we have a successful star pass for the Snow Queens, and it looks like Bexy Rexy is your jammer of record for the team in white.
And that's the end of that jam. Looks like we got 1 more point picked up by the Snow Queens. No points picked up by Merry Christmas. That's going to bring it within 5 points. Ladies and gentlemen, Snow Queens sitting at 32. Merry Christmas at 37.
5-point game. Gotta tell you, man, this is just anybody's going to take this victory away. I'm really excited to see this bout. We have got an official timeout to make sure that scorekeeping has been done correctly. When you've got a 5-point game, you oftentimes want to make sure that the score is actually tallied, right? Because it matters. I don't know if you know this, but we determine the winner by the score.
I've been trying to figure that out. I was wondering, I just thought they might have picked somebody out of a hat, but apparently these points count.
Yeah,
just kind of
absolutely.
as we go along, they keep them.
It's the strangest thing. I don't know any other sport that does that,
weird.
but we
It's
do
crazy.
this thing called a score,
Science.
and we keep it, and the highest score wins.
Look it up in the science book. Munchies is out on the line with Merry Christmas. Facing off against, that's number 26 out there, Oh So Final. That's getting that lead jammer status for the Snow Queens. And when you're at a point deficit, that's definitely who you want to be, that lead jammer. And especially in a power jam situation, as Munchies is going to the box for the next 30 seconds.
I didn't quite catch the call that sent Munchies to the box, but boy, she was making sure her team knew, I am going to the box. You need to deal with this while I am gone. But as it turns out, Oh So Final also going to the box.
Very competitive. You know, she saw that Munchies went to the box. She's like,
I gotta go to the box.
I'm going too.
Absolutely.
Boom. So now we got the jammer do-si-do going.
I think that that's exactly the strategy they were working with.
That's what it is.
So Munchies has been released from that box, and I believe she is out from her initial pass. We're sitting at a point score of 37 for the green team, 32 for the white. It still is anybody's game, and I'm guessing that there's one last blocker for Munchies to get past before she's done with that pass, and that is 4 points on the board for the team in green.
4 is the score on the board for Merry Christmas. Breaking through, cutting over the top of these skaters. She puts another 5 points on the board for Merry Christmas.
All right, blockers from each team are exiting the track to head over to the box.
They're not messing around anymore. Munchies breaks through again with another 4-point pass. Oh So Final trying to follow her right up. 3 blockers left to get by, but the pack is speeding up and the hits are getting harder out here on the flat track. Snow Queen says time to make the bleeding stop as they wall up in front of Munchies and speed up that pack, holding her back. Another 4 points getting picked up by the Snow Queens. That's going to be 3 more on the board for Merry Christmas. 16 points going up for Merry Christmas. 8 points for the Snow Queens.
All right, we have got a team timeout for the Snow Queens. 13 points difference between Snow Queens and Merry Christmas. Literally 10 minutes left in this game. Without a doubt, this is the time for a team pep me up talk. So the Snow Queens are going to come back out. Freshly frozen. Coach will be running a Zamboni over them during this team timeout, smoothing the edges out.
Looks like we got to polish up the ice here real quick.
Exactly.
All right, so Merry Christmas leading not only in points but in penalties. 12 penalties on the board total for Merry Christmas in this game so far. Snow Queen sitting at 8 penalties. But 13 points behind.
They have more than 8 points, let me promise you. Right. But yeah, we have a 50% penalty increase on the Merry Christmas side. Team in green has a couple blockers sitting in the box, reflecting their penalty, their preference for penalties. Weirdo wearing the star for Merry Christmas. Skating up against Sunshiner for the Snow Queens.
Sunshiner going to the infield, moving to the out, looking for a window of opportunity. She picks up that lead jammer status.
Yeah, that outside window was left wide open. Sunshiner came shining on through. Lead jammer status, Snow Queens, but it is a foot race to the back of the pack. Weirdo slightly ahead of Sunshiner. Sunshiner slightly ahead of Weirdo. Weirdo slightly ahead of Sunshiner. I think you know how this goes.
Jammer on jammer out here on the track right now. It's a foot race and it's a hip check race. Sunshiner putting her hands through her hips, calling off the jam before any points get picked up by either team. But it was still fun to watch.
It was fun to watch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Last call for alcohol. If you got to get a beverage, make sure you swing on over to the beer garden right now. They're closing up shop.
And if you're feeling generous, buy a beer for one of the refs. Looks like he's hoping for it.
Hey, just saying, just going to put that out there. Put that out there along with Roasted Pony for Snow Queens and Jesus Crust for Merry Christmas. Jesus Crust getting knocked to the infield. She's going to recycle back behind that pack while Roasted Pony pushes her way forward to the front. 2 blockers left to get by. Spin to win. She picks up that lead jammer status.
One last blocker home slice trying to bop her to the infield, but Roasted Pony was able to get by her for that lead jammer status. Not without trying.
Jesus Crust down here on the south end of this track trying to push her way through this 4-wall of defense. Snow Queens locked up tight with that 3-point diamond. Trying to make her window of opportunity, but Roasted Pony's up front. Squeezing by the outside, picking up 5 big points for the Snow Queens.
All right, Roasted Pony, first scoring pass done. About ready to finish her second scoring pass. It looks like we have a successful star pass for Merry Christmas. Deep dish 2 inches is now your jammer of record. This is a 9-point jam in favor of Snow Queen so far. But I think that's about to change. Even though number 30, Domino's 30 minutes or less, tried to make an impossible hip check to the outside. Roasted Pony didn't care. Got past. 5 points on the board for Snow Queens. Deep dish 2 inches was able to get 4 points though, so we are sitting at a 3-point game. Snow Queens 54, Merry Christmas 57.
Roasted Pony trying to work a strategy out here. She works her way around the track, getting locked up behind that Merry Christmas defense. 14-point jam for the Snow Queens.
No, 16-point jam for the Snow Queens.
16-point. That puts them within 3 points of Merry Christmas. That's 56-59 in favor of Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Roasted Pony decided it was okay to let the jam clock run out. That was a full 2-minute jam. She retained lead jammer status the whole time, but decided to keep herself skating and getting as many points on the board as possible. Right now, we've got Jill Nye, the delivery guy, wearing the star for Merry Christmas, skating up against number 11, Flow Motion for the Snow Queens.
Flow Motion up front, got 3 blockers to get by. Slight pack advantage in favor of the Snow Queens as we got 1 defensive skater sitting in the Wobby penalty box at the start of this jam.
All right, we've got a multiplayer block penalty being assessed. I'm not sure who. Meanwhile, Jill Nye, the delivery guy, stumbles, flying stumble through the pack. Lead jammer status. It might not have been pretty, but we will take it. Jill Nye, the delivery guy, lead jammer for Merry Christmas.
That's right. It doesn't have to be pretty, just effective.
And it was all legal. They did it. All right, it looks like Flow Motion has been sent to the penalty box, so it is a power jam for Jill Nye, the delivery guy, and the Merry Christmas crew. Jill Nye decides it is time to call it off. That way we can get a beautiful, beautiful power start in the next jam. 3 points on the board for Merry Christmas and the team in green. We are sitting at 62 for the team in green and 56 for the Snow Queens.
All right, that's right. It's a power start. Pack advantage also in favor of Merry Christmas. Munchie's only jammer on the line at the start of this game, or start of this jam. Quickly making short work out of that defensive line as she breaks through and picks up that lead jammer status. They're slowed down to a halt on turn number 1.
Pack has barely passed the pivot line. Flow Motion, wearing the star for the Snow Queens, has been released from the penalty box, approaching the pack for her initial pass.
Munchies with a big shoulder check right there. Push to the inside. She gets a penalty. Back block penalty, looks like.
Yep, looks like. So Flow Motion might have been starting in the penalty box. There might have been a power start, but let me tell you.
Once again, it was a jammer do-si-do.
It was a power jam for a second.
Yeah, right. Flow motion goes back, releasing Munchies. Munchies back in there. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to have a lead jammer. We're going to run the full 2 minutes.
So we've got about a minute left in this jam. We've got about 3.5 minutes left in this game. Both jammers are trying to do their best to get as many points on the board as possible. Titsaroni forcing Flow motion far, far, far back behind the pivot line.
Munchies trying to hold the line on the outside as she takes a blow. Gets knocked to the outfield. Also picks up a penalty on that one, trying to get that star back on her dome.
I'll tell you what, with the force she hit the ground, I might need a 30-second rest just after I heard that hit. All right, looks like Oso Final is the jammer of record for the Snow Queens after a successful star pass by the team in white. Snow Queens lining up on the outside line for passive offense.
Oso Final on the inside, fighting her way through for another 5-point pass. That's 1 point separating these two teams, ladies and gentlemen. We got about just under 3 minutes left in this game. It's a 3-point game. 64 Merry Christmas, 61 Snow Queens. I don't care who you're rooting for. People, put your hands together and make some noise for these skaters. Amazing display out here today.
All right, we've got Weirdo wearing the star for Derby Liberation Front. From my understanding, jam is on, even though the skaters, both the jammers looked like they were waiting for the jam to begin, even though the jam began.
We got a full track out there, 5-on-5 as the penalty box is empty. Chernobyl and Weirdo looking for a window to break through. Up front, though, Weirdo's pushing that 3-wall out as far as she can. Coming in with a big shoulder, knocking Weirdo to the outside.
Chernobyl, meanwhile, in the back is stuck behind that quad force of green. And it looks like she has attempted a star pass. Not sure if that was successful.
Moya Down was living up to her name on that one as she mowed down Weirdo as she broke through. In chase, got to let her go by to pick up those points.
Yeah, Moya Down did not want to let her go by, but she kind of had to. All right, we have a successful star pass to Betsy Rexy on the Snow Queens.
Weirdo ducking and dodging those blows as she pushes through this pack.
Betsy Rexy through on her initial pass, hits the pack with a bit of force, finds the inside line wide the heck open, and she skates on through for 4 points for the Snow Queens.
Keeping it close, 4-4 on both teams, 65-68. 4 more going on the board for Merry Christmas.
All right, Betsy Rexy still stuck at the back behind a Triforce of green. Meanwhile, Weirdo through for a 5-point pass for Merry Christmas.
Big shoulder check there by Sunshiner. On the outside, Betsy Rexy looking for a window. That's Peas on Earth coming in with a big shoulder check at the end of that jam.
Yeah, Himiatoma did some brutal damage there, slowing down the Snow Queens' momentum. That was a 7-point Snow Queens jam, 18 points Merry Christmas. Looks like we have got a team timeout for the Snow Queens. Approximately 5 seconds left on the period clock. 68 points, team in white. That would be the Snow Queens. 82 points, team in green. Merry Christmas.
$14 points separating these two teams. We got another jam coming up. That means that it could swing both ways. We could see Merry Christmas coming out with a win on this one. We could see the Snow Queens taking it down.
We've got an empty penalty box, which is fantastic for this last jam. Going into this last jam, it looks like Snow Queens had a total of 11 penalties so far in this game, as opposed to Merry Christmas, and there are 18 penalties. 18 penalties for a 30-minute half is significant, but that does not stop them from having the lead. We've got some familiar faces wearing the star. Roasted Pony for the team in white. Jesus Crust for the team in green.
Full complement of skaters on the track. Roasted Pony moving her feet as quick as she can, looking to get that lead jam or not, with this being the last jam of the game. We are down to the jam clock, ladies and gentlemen, but we got Jesus Crust up front, trying to push her way through this four-wall of Snow Queen defense. Laying down that ice wall on turn number 2. Coming in for a little assistance. It's like Domino's 30 minutes or less. Jesus Crust getting out to the infield, pushing her way to the outside. Offensive skating coming in, breaking up that wall by the Merry Christmas crew. Swinging a miss out there for number 36 as Jesus Crust breaks through the pack, picking up the lead jammer status in favor of Merry Christmas.
All right, so no points scored that jam. Ho, 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 cheese decided that it was time to call it off.
And just like that, with a hands to her hip, she calls off the jam, which means that concludes that game. We got an unofficial final score, 82-68. We're going to have all those T's dotted and I's crossed.
Making sure everybody carried their ones and counted on all their toes and fingers to make sure that that score is correct and right. Looks like we do have a final score. Merry Christmas is the winner. 82 points for the team in green.
That's right. Put them together for Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. What a great...